misconceptions. We've got truth in our possession. No room for doubt, no time to waste. It's time to put flat Earth in its place. Here comes the smackdown.
Welcome everybody to MC Toon Live. I'm your host, MC Toon, and tonight we are reviewing a debate between Professor Dave and Witsit, I guess? Some guy, I don't know. Anyway, welcome. I hope you enjoy it. It happened, this debate happened on Saturday on The Quartering is the name of the channel it was on. So I hope, of course, mandatory disclaimer here. We take no responsibility for damage to your monitors, to your head, to your forehead, to your desk. Please practice safe watching here. So anyway, I'm going to jump right to the debate. I'm watching it at 1 1/4 speed. And I have it already queued up to where they start. I have not watched it. I've watched just a couple parts of it, and a few people have given me their short review of what they thought about it. But that's about it. I know a couple things to look for that are coming, and so I have a couple things prepped. But other than that, it's mostly. I don't know. I haven't seen it. But I mean, who doesn't know what Wits is going to say? It's so predictable. Anyway, here we go with Dave doing his presentation.
Yep, there's that.
Can we see the slides?
Yep.
Got it all?
Yep.
Okay,
so
ready?
I'm going to shut up. I mean, I'll keep it to, so I got 4:37 now on my clock. So at,
Cool.
Well, just flip to 4:38. So go ahead.
Okay. So we're here to talk about flat Earth versus globe Earth. Austin is going to pretend to defend the flat Earth. He will do so with two tactics, which I will undermine right now. First, he will pretend that the default position is that it's just totally flat. Just observe and see how flat it is. So the burden of proof is on the globies to prove it is a globe. No, that's false. All of observations since antiquity have only make sense on a spherical Earth. Looking at the sun, moon, stars, only makes sense on a sphere. That's how we've known the Earth is a sphere for 2,500 years. Furthermore, if you deny a globe, most things don't make any sense. Day, night, seasons, weather, tides, Coriolis, geological phenomena like volcanoes, earthquakes, technology, communications, simple things like line of sight increasing with altitude, terrestrial motion, gravity. None of it makes sense if you deny that the Earth is a globe. Speaking of gravity in particular, I know that Austin will be very eager to talk about his electric gravity bullshit. Here are some reasons why that is stupid. He cannot derive 9.81 meters per second squared. He cannot...
Wow. He pulls no punches from the start. Totally knows Witsit's game, saying that Witsit will reverse the burden of proof, and you know, we all know what Witsit says. I'll get it prepped for when he gets to his shifting of the burden.
Explain why this value is based on Earth's mass. He cannot explain why G varies precisely with Earth's radius and your altitude. Despite electromagnetism being both attractive and repulsive, he cannot make anything significantly massive fall up. And no, his little middle school science project with a piece of styrofoam doesn't count. He cannot explain why there's no discrepancy in the motion of objects with differing properties, paramagnetic, diamagnetic, ferromagnetic. Cannot explain why there's no difference in activity over differing substances of different conductivities, grass, sand, water, concrete. He cannot explain why things fall at the same rate regardless of elevation. His electrostatic field dissipates with elevation until it disappears, yet things still fall. So, Austin, this is the default position. This is the position that correlates with all observations and every nook and cranny of our knowledge about the physical world. If you would like to make a case for the contrary, feel free to do so, and make sure to bring quantitative predictions. The second tactic he will use is, because he knows the flat Earth is so unbelievably indefensible, he will try to obfuscate by turning it into a discussion of geocentrism versus heliocentrism. He does this because he relies on using word salad about esoteric topics in modern physics, like...
Dang, he's obviously watched a bunch of Witsit's recent debates.
relativity in certain experiments from the 19th and 20th centuries. Unfortunately, though, for him, geocentrism utilizes a spherical Earth. That's right, the Ptolemaic geocentric model that was used from antiquity until Copernicus uses a spherical Earth. So if he would like to change the topic of the debate completely from flat Earth versus round Earth to geocentrism versus heliocentrism, I'm willing to entertain that if he first admits that the Earth is a sphere. And he has to mean it. If he is unable to make that concession, I will continually drag him back to very simple, naked eye observations and basic logic that prove the Earth is a sphere without any understanding of physics whatsoever. Number one, the observations of the stars. In the northern hemisphere, the stars rotate counterclockwise. In the southern hemisphere, they rotate clockwise. This makes absolutely no sense on the pizza land. Why would the sky be rotating in opposite directions, just depending on where you're standing? Also, why can't we all see the same stars? If you have a line of sight to a star, you should be able to see it. Both of these make perfect sense on a rotating sphere. You have two celestial poles, and the Earth is rotating, and then we can't see through the Earth. That's why you can't see certain stars. So in the north, can't see Southern Cross. In the south, can't see Polaris. Speaking of the Southern Cross, in order to get the pizza land, he has to take the point that is the South Pole and unwrap it to get the perimeter of the pizza. And that results in total absurdities like these three people all looking at the Southern Cross at the same time, despite looking at completely different directions. That makes no sense at all. Again, on a sphere makes perfect sense where south actually means something, and they're all looking at the South Pole. Number two, day and night and regions of illumination. This is very bad for the Flurfies because in the winter months, they need to take the sun all the way out to the periphery of the disk, and that would result in most of the pizza being dark everywhere most of the time. Of course, in reality, the opposite is true. The edge of Antarctica in these winter months is illuminated almost all the time. So how does the light get all the way over there? And then you don't even have to go all the way to Antarctica. You can go to Ushuaia, which is at the tip of South America, where people live, and that must be illuminated around 70% of the trajectory, while places like Point Barrow, Alaska, experience 24-hour night. In order to try to explain this, they have to make light do things that it doesn't do, and in fact, flat earthers do not ever try to explain this at all. It gets even worse if you go all the way to the South Pole. There is a 24-hour sun there, which completely obliterates the flat Earth, as flat earthers themselves admit. And that is why a rich person lately has been offering fully paid trips to the South Pole so that flat earthers can see the 24-hour sun, and they are all busy crapping their pants trying to make excuses to not go.
Dang it. Just brutal. Brutal with Witsit sitting there. It's just, good job, Dave.
Once again, on a globe Earth, this makes perfect sense. Day is when you're facing the sun. Night is when you're facing away. Pretty simple. Number three, Southern Hemisphere causes trouble. For years, flat earthers have been pretending that there are no direct flights in the Southern Hemisphere. This is wrong. There are many. Sydney to Santiago is one of them. And this goes both ways, nonstop, in both directions over the Pacific Ocean. And then we have the Antarctica Cup Ocean Race, which is a boat race that circumnavigates Antarctica. They go all the way around every year. And neither of these things make an ounce of sense on a flat Earth. You would have to have, for the flight, the Sydney to Santiago takes this incredibly enormous arced path instead of going a straight line path, and neither of which could be done in 12 hours anyway. And then the boat race would have to go around the entire world, always steering away from Antarctica instead of towards it, which it doesn't do. So all of these observations are very extremely basic, intuitive ways to prove that the Earth isn't flat. Okay, these all obliterate the flat Earth. They prove without a doubt that the Earth is a sphere. Every single one of them does this. Austin is unable to discuss any of these topics. He has no ability to explain any of these observations on a flat Earth, and so he will desperately try to pivot and turn this into a debate about geocentrism versus heliocentrism. Unfortunately, that's not the topic of the debate. If he wants to have that debate, that's totally fine. He must simply concede this debate that we're having now, admit that the Earth is a sphere, and then we can talk about that completely separate other topic about whether the spherical Earth moves or not. All yours, Austin.
Perfect. Hey, let me, perhaps I should have defined, Austin, I'll give you an extra 60 seconds, if that's okay with you, Dave, to define what flat Earth even is, or just because not everybody in my audience knows.
Okay. I feel like it's pretty self-explanatory.
You think so? Should we just go right to the 7?
That the Earth is flat. That's
okay. Just so everyone knows, but also that the Earth is.
The quartering guy. I don't know about people. The comments I've seen are like that he's quite the doofus. So far, yeah, maybe. Yep.
At the center of the universe too, right? Is that one? Are those two things combined?
I mean, yeah, there is no universe if there's right. Okay, it doesn't matter. Go ahead. Whatever.
Okay, well, no, that's fine. We'll just go right to the Dave's. Or I'm sorry.
Well, what happened?
He just left.
He left.
Oh, that would have been great. It was just like, oh crap, I shouldn't have done this. Out of here.
Well, he might have just. Maybe he'll come back. He might have clicked a button.
Yeah. Well, yeah. Maybe he accidentally closed the window.
He might have closed the window. Yeah. He might have been trying to add something.
He probably tried to switch tabs to go to a.
Yeah. All right. There he is.
Something.
All right, I'll there you go. There you go.
My bad.
No, you're good. I was like, debate over? What?
Yeah.
Okay, I'll shut up and then so at 4:46 you have your 7.
Cool. Yeah, I didn't really make a PowerPoint, but I'll just use the classic one here if you can pop it up on screen for me.
This is so this is probably the second largest platform he's ever been on, right? And he didn't make a PowerPoint. He didn't prepare specifically for it. Wow.
So yeah, it's our position is that the Earth is a geocentric stationary plane.
Yeah, we know that. You don't have to repeat it.
This feeble attempt to separate the conversations is disingenuous. That the Earth is stationary, it's in the center of the universe. None of the kinematics or dynamics, even of geocentrism, is exclusive to sphericity. That is just a get out of jail card because
Yeah, he right away he does exactly what Dave said. He went straight to geocentrism. This is why I've been saying Austin is preparing his exit to geocentrism, right? I think if he accepts the trip to Antarctica, he'll see the sun up there for 24 hours and he'll come back and he'll say geocentric. That's what he'll do. Right? How long have I been saying that? The other day I looked for there was a conversation on Facebook where I had challenged Witsit about his lies about eclipse predictions, because I did a video where I got different clips of him going around the country during his evangelism mission, and his flat Earth evangelism mission, and where he stood on street corners and lied about how NASA predicts eclipses. Right? NASA uses VSOP 87 and ELP 2000 to predict eclipses. VSOP 87 is an ephemeris of the location of the planets and the sun and the Earth and the moon in the solar system for 6,000 years. If there is one thing that is the geocentric model, VSOP 87 could be one of those things. There's other ephemerides as well that you could also say. But he actually had just was bold enough to lie and claim that NASA, he said, doesn't use the heliocentric model to predict eclipses. He actually said that. He says, you can go to their website. Their website says VSOP 87 and ELP 2000. Just this blatant lie. Anyway, so I did a video calling him out for that lie, which he's never taken back. Right? He's like somehow Christian adjacent, right? He wants people to think that he cares about the truth, and he gets offended. He gets faux offended if you assert that he's lied. Well, he lied about that, and he's never taken it back. He's never unsaid those things. He's never done the Christian thing and repented from that sin of lying. He's never done that. I called him out on that. In the discussion on Facebook where I called him out, he posted a whole bunch of claims about geocentrism and predictions of flat Earth, or predictions of eclipses. I couldn't find it. I was looking for it the other day. I couldn't find that particular discussion. He's blocked me on Facebook. That might be part of it. So anyway, that I really wanted to find that. So that was probably, well, when did he do that? 22, 21, right in there is when they were doing that Flat Earth Street Evangelism tour. And so it was shortly after that. So been at least 2 years, I think, that I've been saying that he's moving to geocentrism. Hey, it's a step in the right direction, Witsit. I don't appreciate your lies, so you won't be welcomed by me into the sphere. And if you stick with geocentrism, I mean, you're still just wrong and for no good reason. But anyway.
As he will not be able to defend the claim that we're moving around the sun. To very quickly go through some of this, falsification is independent of replacement. And so what always happens is people don't defend the globe.
Oh, well, yeah, that's easy. If the Earth were flat, then the application of geometry of the sun requires that the sun could never set. I just falsified flat Earth. Do you disagree? Simple. Use the geometry of flat Earth to tell me what time the sun will set. You pick the day, you pick the location. Just do it one time. I can do it with the globe geometry for any day, for any location. You can't do it for one day, for one location. That proves that you can't refute my falsification of flat Earth. The geometry demands that the sun could never set. So I falsified it. So when you say falsification is independent of replacement, there you go. Flat Earth falsified.
Oh, they just want to ask millions of questions to the flat earthers, and somehow if a flat earther doesn't know the answer, then all of a sudden the globe model becomes true. And then, of course, the burden of proof is the one making the positive claim, and then shifting the burden is making the other person.
Well, you make the positive claim that the Earth is flat. So you're right. You made the positive claim. You have the burden of proof.
Prove why your claim isn't true. So if I read a book and say all these fairy tales exist, I don't have to prove that unicorns don't exist. Very simple concept that gets overlooked consistently in this debate. Oftentimes we get what's called a straw man fallacy. People say that this is what flat Earth is, and they point and laugh, and no one that I know thinks that it's a flat disk in a solar system. That's ridiculous. Hopefully we can prevent these, but these are the typical fallacies used. Of course, a straw man fallacy, which we just discussed.
You know what's interesting is that he hasn't done anything to attempt to establish his claim that the Earth is flat, right? And I wouldn't expect that the annoying thing in a presentation where in a debate where you're supposed to be presenting your claim is where flat earthers go second, and instead of presenting their position, all they do is respond to the globe's presentation. Now, this is your chance in the debate. You both do a presentation. The presentations are independent of each other. You know, your presentation isn't a response to the first one, and it is to support your claim. He hasn't yet attempted to do that. I don't know how far he is into it, but he hasn't yet attempted to support his claim that the Earth is flat.
Ad hominem.
Of course, he won't. My guess is he won't ever attempt to even once provide positive evidence that the Earth is flat.
Attacking the person instead of the argument. Credentials. Oh, you're not qualified to talk about this. Appeal to what everyone else thinks. Appeal to authority. Poisoning the well. Begging the question. Shifting the burden of proof. These are always used. Everyone's
I got it, Witsit. Those are the things you plan on using.
Taught the Earth's a globe when they were young. That doesn't mean it's true. So let's just quickly go through the basic claims here. Claim one is that the Earth's a sphere.
Okay, so now this is not presenting evidence that the Earth is flat. This is an attempt at falsification. Of course, we know it's the typical flat Earth attempt at falsification is garbage. They don't understand the globe model well enough to actually do a prediction of what the globe predicts. They always suck at it. So I don't know if he's even going to get into it, the actual evidence, or if he's just going to assert. He's about to assert that he falsified the radius without, probably, my guess is, without actually presenting evidence that they falsified the radius.
With a radius of 3,959 miles. The second claim is that the Earth is spinning, tilted, wobbling, revolving around the sun, shooting through the galaxy. That's then shooting through space. That is a positive claim. And then the third one is that the Earth is in the vacuum of space. The heliocentric model has the burden of proof for these claims. So attempting to remove the burden and pretend that it's just automatically granted to you at the beginning is not how logic works whatsoever. And then one would say, wait, isn't saying the Earth is flat a positive claim?
Of course it is. 100% a claim.
It is, of course. And so then we would have the burden of proof, and we have fulfilled that, right?
Flat is a description of a surface. Flat is not a shape. We have the burden of proof to show the surface of the Earth is flat. Yes, you do. Good job.
Actually, this right here is a specular reflection. Any convexity or concavity of the water, if it was curving, you wouldn't be able to get a specular reflection because it will cause what's called a diffused reflection.
That doesn't make any sense at all. That's not a specular reflection. And over that, this is the sloppiness of flat Earth, right? If you fall for this, if you think this is a good argument for flat Earth, that this is somehow evidence for flatness, you're not smart. All right? According to the globe, from the edge of the water on the bottom of that picture to the far shore, how far is that distance? Hard to say. A mile, 2 miles, 3 miles? Let's be generous, 3 miles. Probably less than that. In 3 miles, how many degrees of curvature is there on the globe, according to the globe? 3/69ths of a degree, right? Not much curve there. How could you identify with your eyes in this little picture here whether or not there is or is not that amount of curve. You couldn't. You would need a very precise measurement instrument to do that. Did you do that? Of course you didn't. This is Witsit attempting to fool people into thinking that this is evidence. It's not. He's just deceiving people. It's his tapestry of deceit.
Able to get a specular reflection because it will cause what's called a diffused reflection. If we move on here, we have actually verified the Earth is flat in many ways. Radio waves can be sent over 10,000 miles. Amateur records show that they're sent thousands of miles at all frequencies far beyond the geometric limitation of the globe.
It just claims. Just claims.
Here we have
and I know what he's talking about. I've seen his actual attempts at evidence. They're crap. I hope maybe he'll get into them.
a distant mountains observed from 167 miles away at less than 1,000 feet. So the target hidden height should be almost or over 11,000 feet.
All right, distance, observer height. I don't know. Does this look to you like the observer height is 960? This looks a lot lower. I don't know this particular one. You know, that's part of the deal is they'll find an observation that people haven't debunked yet, right? And if they don't have it, you know, right at their fingertips, then they're like, aha, proof. Of course it's not. So let's look at this here. You know what? They never do look at the actual correct Earth curve calculator that includes refraction, and I don't know why Witsit wouldn't include refraction.
Refraction always happens. That's why it's important.
Yeah, he should definitely be the one leading the way. All right, so distance 167 miles. I don't know where this is. That's the problem. We have no idea where it is. But did they even include refraction? If they didn't include refraction, then he's violating his own requirement there. So observer height 906 feet. 906. And target size, target hidden height. So, all right. Elevation of Monte Viso. So 12,602. All right, there we go. So 12,602, hidden only 9,000 feet. So where did you get the 11,000 from? Well, of course, the 11,000 would have been assuming that light does not bend. But
Well, if you can't adequately account for refraction, you can't make a claim about the apparent location. Now, can you, Ranty?
no, you can't, Ranty.
I'm claiming that you haven't even actually accounted for all the variables, and you're touting your trigonometry that literally hand waves dismiss one of the most important variables when it comes to perception, which is refraction.
There you go. Well, there it is. The hidden height is 9,000. He says the hidden height is 11,000. So I'm figuring it's probably the one in the background there. But the other thing is, of course, at 167 miles, you don't see much detail. And yeah, we don't see much detail in that picture there. So how much is it that is actually obstructed from the bottom up? We don't know. Is it none? Is it 3,000? Is it 9,000? We don't know. No analysis was done. This is as far as they ever go in their analysis.
Feet, but the mountain's only 12,000 feet. We should only be seeing roughly 1,000 feet of the mountain. Clearly, that's not the case. Here we have another one, 168 miles. Target hidden height is almost 12,000 feet, and the elevation is entirely 12,000 feet. So we should not see the entire mountain. This is a major problem because you're going to have a problem trying to invoke refraction here, and hope.
So the major problem is, of course, if there's no refraction, then according to Witsit, you should see 100% of the mountain all the way to the base. Because you can't claim optical effects if you're going to handwave dismiss optical effects, right?
And never in your dissecting of the observations do you even account for refraction that we know for a fact to be present.
Yeah, so if you're going to ignore that refraction exists for the globe, you can't invoke refraction for flat Earth. And so then you need to explain what's causing the bottom to be obstructed.
Hopefully you do. This used to be the world record longest distance line of sight. Of course, that means you're a direct line of sight to what you're observing. The world record for the longest photo, here we have a target hidden height of 16,000 feet, and the top of the tallest mountain is 12,000 feet, which means that the
All right, well, let's put this one in 276 miles. I've done this one before. And of course it matches the globe. As always, observer height 9,272. Target size is elevation of Pic Gaspard 12,740. There you go. So visible 500. Now, we don't know. Oh, and Pic Gaspard, this particular one, we do know that they chose a particular day of the year where refraction was optimal. So what is the refraction? Well, I chose 0.16, which is a kind of a middle of the road amount for high elevation. So was it that? Don't know. Was it more? Don't know. There's no measurement for it. They didn't get any measurement for it. So you pick a reasonable range for the conditions. So on a cool day, it'll be a little bit higher. So, and then how did you quantify how much was blocked in this picture? Don't know.
the mountain should
And their numbers are usually crap. They do a pretty bad job of actually getting the numbers.
have been thousands of feet below the curvature. Here's another one, 271 miles. Again, the entire mountain should have been obstructed by over 3,000 extra feet. Here's another one, 250 miles. You get the idea. Over and over, the mountain should be obstructed, except for just roughly 800 feet here. Here's another one, 241 miles. The entire mountain, almost the entire mountain should be hidden. And then it goes on and on and on. Here is a very important observation everyone ducks away from. If you look in the top left here, you see you can't see the mountains. These are called Canigou Mountains. You cannot see the mountains. So when people say, can you see, would you be able to see forever if the earth was flat? That's a ridiculous straw man. Even within a globe paradigm, you'd have to admit you can't see forever because of something called attenuation. The light gets absorbed into the medium. We cannot see the mountains until the sun gets behind it due to the intensity of the light from the sun. You now get a silhouette, and we can see the Canigou Mountains. These should have been completely obstructed. You can buy a plane ticket right now for two specific.
Again, I know this one in particular. Even with zero refraction, the mountain should not be obstructed. But this is not the entire mountain. I was working with Ole de Hasselaer on this particular one, and he's covered this one a bit. And we were talking about doing a little more in depth. But you don't see the entire mountain. Why is the mountain missing? Every single one of your examples, Austin, the bottom is missing and you don't address that at all. What is the method of predicting the quantity of the bottom up obstruction for flat Earth, right? You suck at doing it for the globe. Every time you try to do it, you do it wrong. You pretend that refraction doesn't exist, you just throw it out.
When you just throw refraction out entirely, invoking the furthest point away in the image and saying that you don't have to account for refraction and making the baseless assertion it doesn't move it because you showed us some really not very great images where they look to be generally the same is laughable, bro.
It's laughable, bro. So it's the standard thing, and they know this, but because their marketing message is going to people. They're tailoring it. Witsit is tailoring his marketing message to people that don't know this. And he's shotgunned a whole bunch of these things right in a row so they can't be addressed in real time, right? Nobody, if they haven't done their homework on every single one of these, could actually bring up the correct numbers, identify the location of the observer, right? Even though most of these or many of these have been done already, Witsit didn't update him. These numbers. He didn't look at this one. He didn't look at what Ole de Hasselaer did and say, oh, well, I guess that one was wrong. I got everything wrong about it. No, he didn't do that. They just keep going with the same marketing message, right? Intentionally or not intentionally ignoring the details that have been pulled up that they didn't look at. Very dishonest.
Days of the year, and you'll know that you'll see the mountains because of a silhouette based on where the sun sets. So I guess refraction is just colluding with the calendar and with the atmosphere to make the earth look flat over and over. Of course, it's a silhouette. Refraction affects light, not the absence of light. Here to address.
All right, let's go back one more time to that one, though. Let's just think for a second. If the earth were flat, the bottom of the sun has to be touching the earth at this point. According to geometry. mandatory according to geometry. Oh no, it's something else. You've got something else that causes that to happen. What is that something else? How was it empirically tested? You have the burden of proof if you're saying something else is doing it.
The person making a positive claim has the burden of proof.
You have the burden of proof to support your claim about what other thing is causing the sun to be obstructed. You can't just say things. You need empirical evidence supporting it. No, you don't have that.
The year, and you'll know that you'll see the mountains because of a silhouette based on where the sun sets. So I guess refraction is just colluding with the calendar and with the atmosphere to make the Earth look flat over and over. Of course, it's a silhouette. Refraction affects light, not the absence of light. Here to address his straw man about the geocentrism thing, these are projected onto a plane. These are literally azimuthal projections. So to say
that is not, so that this is not the path that the planets make on flat Earth. These are the paths in that center section there, those 6 things in the center section. Those are the paths that the planets take in a geocentric globe model, where the Earth is 150 million kilometers away from the sun, and the other planets are similar magnitudes of distances away from the sun. That's what you're seeing there in those center 6 sections. The other things around there, they're just pretty pictures to fool people that aren't very bright. But then the one in the bottom there, I don't know exactly what that is. That might be, it doesn't look like it's the orbit of the ISS, because I think it's too far north and too far south. But it looks like it's the orbit of a satellite. And those lines that you're looking at are what move multiple maybe a day or two worth of path of a satellite, mapped onto a AE projection. The other things are just magnetic things. Well, the colorful one, the other colorful one in the bottom center left, that's wind or magnetic flux mapped onto a projection. So none of these support flat Earth, because the planets don't take those routes. If you map the planets onto flat Earth, the GP of each of those planets on a flat Earth, that's not what you get. You don't get those spirograph patterns. Not even close.
That it requires sphericity is ridiculous. Here we see that all the paths of the planets fit right within a Ferrocell magnet torus field. Okay.
But they don't. Obviously he hasn't watched my video where I had identified that his his ferrocell is just a bunch of circles. None of those planets' spirograph patterns can be found in that ferrocell image. None of them. Every single line in that ferrocell image is just a circle. It's just an offset circle. That's all it is. But he either not completely oblivious. He could be completely oblivious to this, that he is unaware that none of those patterns are actually in the ferrocell, or he's aware and he's intentionally lying about it to fool people that are gullible. One or the other.
Okay, what a coincidence. And to address this,
it's not a coincidence at all. There's zero overlap.
Misnomer that sunsets are impossible on a flat Earth and they just go behind the curve of the Earth. That is also not true. Here we see the sun disappearing above the horizon with a horizontal line blocking the bottom of it far above the horizon.
Oh my gosh, it's clouds. What the hell's wrong with you? That's just clouds.
This is proof that the sun can disappear up above the horizon due to atmospheric conditions. Of course, we have tons of assumptions when it comes to the military that the Earth is flat. Specular reflection, again, I'm going to kind of speed through these, but specular reflection, you see that just a small concavity or convexity in the water actually causes what's
oh my gosh. That wasn't
not true.
What?
Here we see the sun disappearing above the horizon with a horizontal line blocking the bottom of it far above the horizon. This is proof that the sun can disappear up above the horizon due to atmospheric conditions. Of course, we have tons of assumptions.
Okay, here is a picture where it's nice and smooth and calm, right? Now, I saw what he tried to slip in there. Watch this.
When it comes to the military that the Earth is flat. Specular reflection, again, I'm going to kind of speed through these, but specular reflection, you see that
there. That, now I don't know if this was digitally manipulated or if that's another photograph where there's waves on the water. That's what you're seeing. You're not seeing Wow. Either way, disgusting lies, Witsit. Either way, this what an absolute piece of filth. This is not curve. This is not 1/69th of a degree of curve. That's not what's added here. This is waves. Wow. How desperate do you need to be when you have to lie about this?
Just a small concavity or convexity
That's not concavity or convexity. That's waves. Absolute douchebag.
in the water actually causes what's called a diffused reflection. You'll see here in the left. So you actually need a flat surface to have a specular reflection. We see these over long distances consistently. So we'll just skip over here. So in
Oh yeah, the 616 to Crete, that was actually clouds. Did you see that? He had it in there for a second. It's still in his presentation. Oh, that's precious, you lying piece of turd.
And he, of course, the globe claims that the horizon is a physical, tangible surface, and it is not. It's literally a horizon that is apparent. That's why it is where the sky appears to meet the ground. So here we can get into some of the specifics here. But
he always says we can get into later, but he never gets into the specifics later.
Of course, also on a globe, the horizon should drop down and away from you as you increase altitude. What we see in reality is it rises with us, which is a major problem. So long story short, the entire globe model depends on the accuracy of the claimed radius value. And if that radius value is wrong, the entire model is wrong. So in closing, what I'm going to say
He never falsified it.
is, again, falsification is independent of replacement. The literal default position is that the Earth is a stationary plane. The globe says, well, yeah, but it's so big, it looks flat, and it's so big that based on the angular rate of motion, you can't tell that it's moving. Could that be true in theory? Sure, but that is a concession that the default position, based on empirical evidence and observation, is that the Earth is a stationary topographical plane, hence why we utilize it as such for all military technology, etc.
We don't utilize it for all military technology. One of the documents that he has in the list of 44, actually 4 of them, specifically use the rotation of the Earth and here. It's GovDocs. Now, I don't remember which one he brought up. He does like the there's a couple that he likes. He likes the derivation definition of a linear aircraft model, of course, which has I'll give you this right here. All of these, I have all of them. I read them all and identify there's different places that talk about things that contradict flat Earth. But of course, every one of these documents is an idealization. That's where you, as a process by which scientific models assume facts about the phenomenon being modeled that are strictly false, but make models easier to understand or solve. So, for example, propagation, this is the other one he likes, propagation of electromagnetic fields over flat Earth. This assumption has 3 parts: flat Earth, constant permittivity, and constant conductivity. The dirt does not have constant permittivity or constant conductivity. So, and in this instance, they're talking about the topography. So you can see right here in the diagram. Oh, it didn't. Oh, there it is. I can make it bigger. There it is. There's one of the diagrams, right? So when they're like, yeah, we are dealing with this by only by not including curve of the Earth, is also not including topography. Of course, there's topography, and then so this is about transmitting, RF over the surface of the Earth, and the ground there has constant permittivity and permissibility. Is that the other one? Permittivity and conductivity. Sorry. Which of course isn't the case. Different parts of the ground vary in wetness and in makeup, and so they have varying amounts of those. So, anyway. Oh yeah, I was going to show you the when he said all of them assume. Right? Why would you say that? You didn't read all of them, of course. So here you go: tactics, techniques, procedures for the field artillery manual cannon gunnery. There it is. It's loading, and then table H on page 208 is what we want to look for. So, of course, there's a difference between the page number, there it is, 208, the page number in the PDF and the page number on the paper when it's printed. Anyway, here's table H, rotation, corrections to range in meters to compensate for the rotation of the Earth. Dean Odell referenced this in his precious attempt at proving the Earth is flat. Anyway, table I then says corrections to azimuth and mils, which is an angle, to compensate for the rotation of the Earth. So azimuth and range. So range would be it's how far it's going to shoot depending on the rotation of the Earth. So there you go. Not all. You didn't read all.
Therefore, to make a claim that everything is antithetical to that, you objectively and logically have the burden of proof. And then we'll get into a lot of the things that he mischaracterized my arguments regarding throughout the debate, hopefully. But yep, there you go.
Okay, thank you for the opener. I want to give you both. What do you think? Like, I assume there's one or two things that both of you have said or that strongly disagree with. Other. Do you want me to open it up to just give you both a 5-minute period for rebuttal?
No,
or do you just want to leave it open?
We can dig into it.
Okay. Why don't what was the first particular topic maybe that Dave you want to poke around?
Well, Austin is denying this idea. He's
all right. Well, let me before we do that, let's take a quick break here and read a couple things. FTFE, who's been a member for 38 months. Wow. Said, how do you know Witsit is saying something stupid or a lie? He opens his mouth. Opens his stupid cake hole. OG Yettle says Flurf go moo. So yes, here's my mug. You know what? I need to top off the tab here. I'm a little low on the tab. So all right. Okay. So we've got axis of rotation. Says, hey Mike, I'm late, but Penny says hi in Gracias. So if you don't know, Penny was joining me last week. That would be Axis's daughter. So everybody wish Penny a hello, and Axis, who's had some challenges lately. I hope he toughs them out and pulls through. AT says the only debate Witsit would ever have any chance against Professor Dave is who can be a bigger anti-Semite. It would be a close one. Why I don't get it. I just don't. Yeah, they're both in that same camp. And I don't know. Maybe the quartering is in that camp too. I don't know. Some of the stuff that the quartering is into may be adjacent to that. I don't know. Anyway, BTF Wayne says Witsit is the most boring pro wrestler since ever. All right, let's see what they got here.
Insisting that the default position is the flat plane, empirically, observably, everything observable. Okay, so explain the observations from antiquity that I told you. How are you getting the sky to rotate in opposite directions depending on where you're standing? Let's start with there. How observable is that? How does that fit?
Yeah, this is what always happens. Instead of providing evidence that the
this is always what happens. Yes, your model's been debunked, Witsit. You said falsification is independent of replacement. The fact, and Dave brought it up first, the fact that there are two opposite rotating celestial poles is 100% falsification of flat Earth. There is no geometry for flat Earth that explains it. None at all. So it's been falsified. So you have the burden of proof to support your claim.
Surface is curving. You're saying, well, but if it's not, then how does this happen?
No curved surface. You said the default position, flat plane. I'm asking you on your flat plane, explain the observations of the celestial sphere. In the north, you get counterclockwise rotation. In the south, you get clockwise rotation. Explain that to me on your default flat plane. Explain it.
Yeah, so the counterclockwise and clockwise direction is super simple. It's based on looking different directions. Your better question is, why does it go around?
Looking different directions. Oh, bless your little cotton socks.
A singular point is what you're trying to say.
No. I'm asking about the direction. I'm asking about the direction.
It just looking opposite directions would make them go the opposite directions. They all go east to west.
If you put a clock on your ceiling, which way can you face to make the hands go counterclockwise? Tell me which way you face.
Not analogous. The stars drop.
It is though, because the hands on a clock.
You don't get it. Right? You don't get it. The stars drop due to perspective, so we're actually looking out towards them, not directly up.
Well, it
Did you know
depends on
that?
your latitude, right? Depends on your latitude. If you're
So
at
do
the
you
equator,
agree-
if you're at the equator, they're going from horizon to horizon.
Wait, do you
You
agree that
look
if I was looking out and something was spinning one way, and then I looked at it from the other direction, it looked like it was spinning the opposite
No,
way?
it
Yes or no?
wouldn't. It wouldn't.
Okay,
That's why I
so-
said, you just said, if I put a clock on the ceiling, right? Which way, I'm asking you, which way can, you just said, if something is spinning one way and you look a different way, it'll spin another way. So I'm asking you, put a clock on the ceiling. Which way can you face? That'll make the hands appear to go counterclockwise.
You
Which way?
obviously don't comprehend what I'm saying,
I
Dave.
think
but
you don't understand what I'm saying.
Do you agree
Easy
that
to
things
understand.
will appear to drop due to perspective?
Why are you talking about perspective? I'm talking
Because
about
you
look
don't
up the
understand
sky.
it. So
No,
if
you're trying to obfuscate. You're trying
no,
to
I'm not. If the stars are above me
Let me help
on
you
a
out.
plane and
me
I
help you
look
out.
out, they're going to look like they're dropping down, which
Look
means
at
I'm
this, buddy.
looking out at. You don't even understand basic stuff, dude.
Look at this. Hang on. Where's the camera? Which way is this turning? Which way is this going, buddy? Which way is this going?
I don't know. Which
do you
way
mean?
is it going?
Yeah, which way is it turning?
Who cares?
do you mean, who
What is
cares?
Why
Tell
are
me-
you obfuscating away
Is it
from
going
what I'm saying?
counterclockwise? No, I'm talking about exactly what I'm talking about. Is this going clockwise or counterclockwise? Come on, just give me the answer, buddy. You can see it.
To be
You see
fair,
it.
the webcam is mirrored, so it might be.
Oh, it
might
is?
be- I think so. So
No,
Well, I don't know, and I don't see what's
No,
the
I see
relevance.
it. I see it going counterclockwise. I see it going counterclockwise.
yeah, that's how it.
That's going
Let-
counterclockwise, right? Just say it, Austin. Just say it.
It looks like that, yes.
Yeah. Okay. So we keep it turning.
Do you think I don't understand the concept?
No, I'm showing you, and I'm showing all the viewers. Look, which way is this going now?
We all get the concept.
Going clockwise. So if you're standing
Yeah.
up here and you look at the sky, you see it rotating counterclockwise.
It's very telling that he wouldn't just answer it. And why wouldn't he answer it? Because he knows that it's absolute demolition to what he's trying to talk about, right? Dave had a very specific point, rotation, and he's like, "Oh, the stars drop down due to perspective." That's not the topic. Witsit's trying to run away from the topic. Why do this? Why is there a center of rotation north and a center of rotation south, and why do they go in opposite directions? He's running away from that.
If you're down here, you see it rotating clockwise. So admit that this phenomenon makes perfect sense on a globe, and on a flat Earth it doesn't, which is why you're rambling about perspective and all these other things. to
No,
try to
there was no
obfuscate this
rambling.
very
You
simple thing.
incessantly interrupted me explaining it because you know you can't
No, because
actually
you're
allow me
trying
to
to
say.
change the subject.
Okay, let me ask.
I'm not.
Let me try this. If it's okay, can we start with? Because you guys are both super familiar with this. Let me toss out. So people can dip a toe. One of the biggest conversations that goes back and forth. Both of you talked about this in your videos. Is in a flat Earth. Dave's video points out that there are some issues where, for example, the sun is coming around, right? And we know because we live here that one area of the world is in perpetual light, the other is in perpetual dark. This would be non-congruent with a flat Earth. So what is the flat Earth position? Am I describing that fairly, Dave? I'm oversimplifying.
Sure. The flat Earth cannot explain the region. That was my second point, that it cannot explain the regions.
That's what I was
of
trying to
illumination.
remember. Yeah. Okay. So what is
Regions
the-
of what?
The regions of illumination, the parts of the Earth that
Yeah.
are day or night at any given time.
Yeah, but I know you know the answer. So I've
Yeah,
heard
the
the
Earth is
answer
the
given to you.
the viewers
No,
don't
but Dave
know.
knows the answer. So
there's 10,000
something
people
called
The
watching.
answer is that if you're facing the sun, it's day, and if you're not, it's night. That's the answer.
Dude,
It's
I'm
pretty
gonna
easy to
enlighten you, bro.
understand.
If you don't allow the other person's point to be made, you didn't win anything. No matter how much
Go
coping's
ahead.
going on
We're
in the
waiting
chat.
for you to make a point. Go ahead.
Okay, it's called the coffee cup caustic. It's a literal physical effect that can be replicated. The light will actually bend around the rim of any type of containment. It can literally be demonstrated and shown to perfectly replicate the seasons, the perfect light distribution on a
Perfectly replicate the seasons. Perfect light distribution.
plain Earth. You're objectively
though?
wrong. You
All right, let's have a look at that. Let's have a look at the perfect. Oh, you know what? First I'm going to look at this. The this is from Leslie Rohrer here. I'll give you the link to it regarding the fan. So here's a fan in Leslie's house here, and you can see it's moving clockwise, and it doesn't matter from what direction you're looking. It moves counterclockwise every single time. Sorry, counterclockwise. It doesn't change from the direction that you're looking. It's always the same direction. Why? A fan near and a fan far. They both rotate the same. What absolute ridiculousness is this? that he would think that. Why? Okay. Jared. Jared has called me out. I'll accept it for just saying that that person is stupid when talking about flat earthers. Okay, Jared. What is it when Witsit says that all you need to do is you look at it from a different direction and the fan rotates a different direction? If you look at it from somewhere else, if it's perspective and it makes it come down, where is that? How is that anything other than the only word I can come up with is stupid? Unless he understands it and knows that he's lying about it, right? No, if he understands the concept and understands that it doesn't work, but then says the opposite of it, that's a lie then, right? Is it stupid or is it a lie? Jaron, for you, I don't know. You tell me. What was Austin doing there? How does something moving counterclockwise when you're facing a different direction or in a different area, or how does it somehow rotate the other direction? Now, you can't get up on the other side of it, right? If there's a dome up in the sky, and the North Celestial Sphere or North Celestial Pole is rotating because the dome is rotating, right? That's the center. That's the North Star is near it. When you get towards the outside of the flat Earth disk and you look horizontally across the flat Earth disk, you should see stars moving horizontally. Lateral movement, the fastest lateral movement. That's what perspective demands, right? You can go to the fair and where they have those chains. Again, Jared, you go to the fair where they have the swings hanging in a circle. There's like 2 or 3 like concentric circles of chairs that are hanging on chains, right? Imagine that's the dome is and the stars are the chairs, right? And then you stand next to the center of that, right? They wouldn't let you do that in reality, but put yourself there, and then get the chairs moving. Okay, you look up right towards the center. You say, oh, look, yep, I see the middle of whatever the apparatus is moving in a tight circle. That's analogous to the North Star and then maybe the Big Dipper on flat Earth where the dome is rotating around. Now, look sideways. Look at the chairs moving sideways, right? More of the apparatus, right? And you could, if you wanted, you could, instead of looking at the chairs, you could put little glow-in-the-dark lights all over the whole thing, right? On all the chairs, and have the people riding it have glow-in-the-dark dots on their shoes and have glow-in-the-dark dots on the apparatus at the top. You would see then an analog of the stars in the dome for flat Earth. And what would you see looking out toward where the outside perimeter? You'd see them moving horizontally. You would not see, when you looked one direction, you wouldn't see a center of rotation. And if you turn around and look the other direction, you wouldn't see the same shoes rotating in the same tight circle. You wouldn't see that. This is not difficult to envision. So how does it work for flat Earth that there's 2 separate poles of rotation? It doesn't work. So I have to conclude that he's either really, really stupid, or he understands it and he's intentionally lying to deceive people into the flat Earth. Jaron, look forward to your answer to that. And then we're on to coffee cup caustic. So I have a couple things here. So if you're wondering what they're talking about, here is an example. Let me get one that's an actual coffee cup. So there's the coffee cup, right? So they're trying to explain. Let me first show you what they're trying to explain, right? That would be nice, right there. This is the flat Earth sunlight pattern on December 21st. So I made this. I put the sun over the Tropic of Capricorn, and the dark part is night, and the not dark part is day. Of course, there's a gradient on the terminator line, right? But it's not critical. So here's what it looks like then throughout the course of a day. So if you look, you've got, first of all, this is somewhat of an oval shape. Okay, it's not a butt shape. That'll come in later. Also, you've got the question is, how is it that Antarctica has light? And they don't generally disagree that there's light there. They disagree about the direction to the sun or how it gets there or anything like that. But it's illuminated. So again, this is the 21st of December, where the farthest, most extreme portion of the Antarctic Circle is illuminated. So one day of the year, if you're right on the edge of the Antarctic Circle, you get one day of 24-hour sun, and everywhere else farther south gets a little more days, and of course it's in a sine cosine pattern depending on how far south you are. So the final experiment is going to about 80 degrees south, so there's a couple months of the sun being up. So how does this happen? Now notice, this is very, very important. Notice the shape of the darkness, right? The night, the shape of night. It's an oval. Now what did Witsit say? What did he say?
Bend around the rim of any type of containment. It can literally be demonstrated and shown to perfectly replicate the seasons, the perfect light distribution on a planar.
Perfect light distribution, right? This is the portion of the Earth in reality that is in reality illuminated on the 21st of December. So if he claimed perfect replication in the coffee cup caustic. So let's have a look. This is a coffee cup being illuminated with that. Well, that doesn't quite look right, does it? Well, let's find another one. Well, here's one. Oh, that shape doesn't quite match, does it? Something's not right. This one's a little more, but does that match this? No, it doesn't. Notice how the portion where the sun is, that's a big chunk of lit area, and then there's the darkness, and then there's that little bit on the opposite side of where the sun is. Well, that's not this. This has a little bit around the rim there, but then nothing on the opposite side. Well, that doesn't match. Here's another one. Well, that doesn't match. Same thing. This one doesn't match because there's, again, it's butt shaped. Really, see, look at that. You see a butt, right? Witsit claimed perfect match, but there's a butt here. When you do the coffee cup caustic, there's a freaking butt. There's no butt here. Imagine that. Imagine if there was like, for this pattern, this, they're saying this is the opposite of where the sun is. It's got this little whatever portion looping up and have this butt showing. Or maybe it's the same side. I don't know. But the people on that particular area there, they'd go night, and then they'd have a short amount of daytime again, and then night again. Right? Like right in the middle of the night, the sun would come up again, or it'd be light again. How would that happen? It makes absolutely no sense at all. And now they've said that it explains how the area could be illuminated, how there could be light, but not the sun. Well, that doesn't make sense, because the people, if you put yourself down there in the little spot there, right, where you see the sun, and it's because it's bouncing off of the dome. That's what they think, that the dome is a cylinder for the bottom bottom portion of it now, right? This is a different flurf explanation for an observed phenomena that directly contradicts some other flurf explanation for a different phenomena. This is the fourth law of flurf, right? This is incompatible with other explanations. Plus, it doesn't match reality because there's the but. So, but I have right here, I have a mug here. So I'm going to do the experiment right here. So we can actually look at it. You could do it yourself. So you'll I gotta find my above overhead camera. There it is. Okay. So here is my overhead camera. All right. So here's the mug. It's actually it's a soup bowl, not a coffee cup. So it's a soup bowl caustic. And of course there's my microphone. So here I've got my phone. All right. So now we can try it. Now remember, if this is the dirt pizza down here, then the sun is over the Tropic of Capricorn. So the sun has to be like, so here's the light, right? The sun has to be like there. Well, that doesn't do much, does it? Right? I'll see if I can get the camera to change its exposure. It doesn't do anything. It illuminates the whole thing, right? Everything is illuminated. Of course, there's nothing between the sun and the rest of the surface of the flat Earth to block it. So of course the sun would be visible everywhere, but somehow they're thinking, well, okay, well it's causing a pattern over on just one side. So if I move it over here, I was able to reproduce the effect by putting it over here. And it's a little difficult to get it to, because of the, there you go. But it has to be outside has to be past the ice wall here, right? Past the firmament. There you're seeing a little bit of it right there. See that? A little bit of that butt? I don't know. It's difficult in this to get the exposure right, to get the angles right? None of this really, it's a bit of a struggle, isn't it? The other thing, okay, the other problem is, that there's this darkness. You see that there? Right down here. There's the portion of it that's not lit. It doesn't even match. It doesn't match this. So none of it matches at all, Witsit. What do you, so lame.
You're objectively wrong. You've had this presented to you, and now you're back here in front of people pretending you don't know what it is.
Who has presented this to me?
Dave Weiss did. I watched it.
No, Weiss floundered like a buffoon. That's why you guys all call him controlled opposition now. If you could demonstrate this, you'd all have videos demonstrating
Coffee.
this.
There are literally hundreds of them.
No.
Literally hundreds of them. I searched for videos of coffee cup caustic. I found a couple. He said literally hundreds. So Witsit, hundreds, multiple hundreds. So that's at least 200. So Witsit, I'll do this. I'll offer you Witsit. You'll love this. This will be good. Austin, you said there's literally hundreds of videos of coffee cup caustic. I will give you $10,000 for just 200 of them. And of course, they all have to have existed before the debate happened. So they have to be prior to June 15. So it could be the morning of, I would accept. I'll give you a little bit of leeway. If it could be June 15 of 2024, to just 200 videos of the coffee cup caustic. Can't be the same one 200 times. Okay. It has to be literally hundreds, as you said. So anyway, the point of the coffee cup caustic problem, though, Witsit, is that it requires you to contradict flat Earth again, and another observation, because no longer is the sun local. Now the sun has to be not above the Tropic of Capricorn. It has to be outside the dome, outside the ice wall, shining on the ice wall, right? And then somehow but it's not perfect either, of course. It's the but. So your idea of perfect is very weird. You must, when you say perfect, you must mean not even close. So anyway, What a straw grasp.
I'm not
Caustic.
talking about, oh, shine it and, ooh, it kind of does a thing, sort of. I'm talking about show the precise regions of day and night over several month period, right? Have it exactly precisely align with where
It's literally been done multiple times,
Okay.
Dave.
It's literally never been done. Wow. He just blatant lies there, Witsit. It's literally not been done, right? Dave specifically asked, show how it matches, according to Witsit's claims, perfectly. Show how it perfectly matches. It's literally been done. It's not. We know that.
Sounds like an empty claim to me because I've never seen it.
Yeah. Okay.
you have.
So okay, hold on. So Austin, give him a second to explain aside. So you're saying the what most people see is that the daylight is predictable, and daylight nightlight is predictable based on what is believed that the orbit, the current belief about the Earth's orbit. In a flat Earth, the rotation, in the flat Earth, just let him finish. Dave, you get 2 minutes. Can you describe?
Oh, me? What?
No, sorry. I'm going to shoot it back to you for 2 minutes, but give
sure.
Austin 2 minutes to describe what he's talking. Because I just want you guys to remember, like, the audience doesn't know what coffee cup, whatever it is, right? So remember, okay, but remember, you're talking to like normies.
Sure. Okay,
so that's what I'm asking. So Austin, you have 2 minutes. Describe. Okay. We talked about how the sunlight stuff goes on. So 2 minutes, and then Dave, you get 2 minutes.
Okay. So if you type in coffee cup caustic, which I will literally I'll share the screen. And Dave has been shown this in his debate.
Standpoint.
Oh, okay. I am.
Answer my question. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Just Google coffee cup caustic. If I have a coffee cup, if I took the lid off of my coffee cup and then light was shining in from the window, what will happen because of the rim is the light will hit inside the coffee cup and wrap around the entire rim. I can take this little flat earth.
All right. Well, I Googled coffee cup caustic. There you go. And there you go. It has that butt shape, so it's not perfect. So it already is wrong. It's already wrong. So, what's the problem with it? Why is it not? Why don't you have the right one where it's modeled perfectly, as you said? Huh? Where is it? Where's the perfect? All right, well, let's look at this one here.
What I would like to do.
Now, this one is the one that they link a lot, and you can see I got a couple of the pictures from this. Right, I found the same web page. I just grabbed all the pictures. None of these are perfect matches, as he says they're perfect, right? So we'll show you. This actually goes over the math of it. It's pretty cool. If you're interested in the math, but you can see here again, none of this perfectly matches. So I Googled coffee cup caustic, as you said, and that's what I got. No, it doesn't match. Here's the pictures. They don't match. We can look at images. Right? None of these match. This does not match flat Earth. It's still got the butt. Right? We still see the butt. Right? And this one here, you still see the butt. None of it. None of these actually work. Not one of them perfectly matches flat Earth, as you said. This one here, look at that. The light source has to be to the left and down, or to the left of and outside the rim of the ice wall. Well, now the sun isn't over the Tropic of Capricorn anymore. It's outside the ice wall. There's the butt shape is a cardoid. Yeah, but I like saying it's a butt shape. But which one are we supposed to Google here, Witsit? None of them match. None of them. So again, this is what it needs to match. This one. But it doesn't. It doesn't. So he's like, you were shown it. No. Nobody has ever shown it. No coffee cup caustic has ever matched this.
Earth model right here and do it live. I'd have to cut all the lights off, and since the windows are open, I can't. So it's very simple to explain it. There you go. It wraps around. Now, if you apply this to a flat Earth, you will be able to perfectly replicate the distribution of light that...
He said perfectly again. Is he stupid? He has to be stupid.
gives us day and night depending on the proximity of the source of light. It's easily done. Everyone knows that, and you can look it up. If you're new to that, that's fine, but just look it up, right? And the way that we determine sunset time is with the equation of time, which uses the apparent sun. It uses the mean of the apparent sun. So we don't even use the globe model and a physical location
Of course we do. Where did the equation of time come from, Witsit?
of the sun to determine sunset time or day and night distribution. In the real world, we use the equation of time. So you can replicate this on a flat Earth. It goes in the globe Earth and flat Earth basket. It isn't exclusive to either one.
It's 100% it's exclusive to the globe because this doesn't even come close to matching flat Earth. Not even in the realm of similarity.
Now, how does this? And I'm going to kick it over to Dave after this question. But I watched his debunk video, which is a little bit older, but has a zillion views. So congrats on that. But there's like, let's say you have this coffee cup caustic, right? And his claim is that there's like perpetual night, daylight in this spot and perpetual night in this spot, right? Am I representing that accurately?
Yes, near the solstices, there are places with 24-hour night and 24-hour day.
So how does that figure into this?
Yeah. Look, okay, I'll share the screen so everyone can see it.
Okay.
Does that work? We'll just do that. So I gotta find which one it is. Here we go. Okay.
I got you.
Okay. If you see here, this is a demonstration of the coffee cup caustic.
No,
Okay.
it's not. Hold on. This is a different thing. This is not a coffee cup. This is a dome made of acrylic. And the index of refraction of acrylic is very different than the index of refraction of air. So now this requires that the inside of the dome be all made of some glass-like material, and outside the dome be air or vacuum. That's what this is now confirming the fourth law of Flerf. This is not the coffee cup caustic, and it does not match reality at all.
Demonstration of the coffee cup caustic. Okay, that's what this is. So if you look, you put a dome over the top of the flat Earth, you're going to take a light source. It's going to give you see the distribution of the equinoxes and the solstices right there below it. Now watch what the light.
Okay, now, of course, the light is also not over the Tropic of Capricorn. It's outside the ice wall again.
Does. Now look at it wrap all the way around the outside. Okay, this is called coffee cup caustic, meaning if there was a container on the Earth, it would literally have to do this. It would have to do this. And yes, all the mathematics has been shown, and I could...
No, he's not shown any of the mathematics. Here's what... I don't know if Dave does this. And it sounds like Witsit is about to claim that all the math exists. And so the thing is, let's look at it right now. And you're completely safe asking Witsit to do it for two reasons. Number one, you know he doesn't have it. Number two, if he does have it, you know he can't touch the math because Witsit can't do math.
I could pull that up if I need to.
Yeah, he actually said he could pull it up.
Well,
so the math has been shown.
I want to give, while you pull that up, I'm going to give Dave 3 minutes to respond because we went over. So I want to give Dave, I'm like, I'm kind of keeping it rough, but just to try to keep some semblance. So I want to let Dave respond to this.
I don't need 3 minutes. It doesn't perfectly match. It's
Oh, good job, Dave.
just a very hackneyed demonstration that kind of sort of makes a shape. They're not showing any kind of actual model that directly correlates with all the positions. So number one, it absolutely does not correlate with the times of day and night, doesn't do it. But second of all, it also creates gigantic problems because in order to get this, you're pretending that there's this dome, magical dome or whatever the hell you're talking about that's giving this effect, which number one isn't there, right? You cannot demonstrate that this dome is there. But number two, it creates other problems because if you're saying that the sun is outside of this dome, then you don't get to have the sun inside the dome for the magical explanation for tides and all these other things that don't make sense on a flat Earth that you're pretending that the sun and the moon do, right?
That's fourth law of Flerf. Good job, Dave.
And when Dave mentions this is another point of contention. I just, you guys are going at it, but I just want to keep everyone else in the loop. There is one of the points of contention is whether or not in the flat Earth model, and you guys correct me if I'm wrong, is whether or not the sun is inside or outside of this hypothetical dome. Because in one case, it's responsible for the tides and this, that, and the other. And then the other case, it's responsible. What is it? Tides and what did you say?
Storms, everything,
Yeah.
right? Coriolis,
So what is the-
storms rotate in opposite directions depending on the hemisphere.
Oh
everything.
my gosh.
So, okay. All right. So, Austin, I'll give you, go ahead and respond to that.
Okay. Yeah. So we don't know what's above us because you can't freely just shoot stuff up as high as you want to. Okay. And GPS cuts off over a certain height. It's all militarized. But there could be layers to it. I don't know if you've ever thought of that, Dave, but there could just be layers. There could be multiple layers. And yeah, we know the sun affects things here. Tides don't work. You just gish gobs. Tides don't even work in your model. You can look up a paper by a Harvard paper, a century of tidal theory failures.
Gotcha.
Okay, it's very simple. But this was if the whole debate is just, hey, let's just start spamming Austin with questions of how would this work on a flat Earth. That's not a debate. You're supposed to support the claim the Earth's a spinning ball. I showed direct falsification of it in my PowerPoint. So avoiding that is totally disingenuous.
Like the rotation of the night sky, depending on latitude, and you can't answer. You just say the word perspective and run away.
So Dave,
no, I got 3 words out and you interrupted it.
No, you were free to answer. That's all you could do.
Let me
remember we did the whole thing with the clock on the ceiling, and you have no idea what you're talking about. You said that,
fellas. Let me do. Okay, I'll play ball. I think that's fair. Why don't I give Dave and Austin both blocks of time? Dave, defend your position. I'll give you 5 minutes enough, you think?
No, we don't need to. I mean, longer chunks of time are just time for word salads, right? We need to actually.
All right, defend that the Earth is a globe, and then when you're done, I'll pass it to Austin and let him defend that.
Well, I mean,
right?
look,
that's what you're asking for, Austin, right? So I'm gonna do that.
I want him to rebut the specific falsification of the globe, where we see things from hundreds of miles away that should be obstructed by literal miles of vertical curvature, including silhouettes.
Pick one thing. Pick one thing like that. Okay, so that is the question.
Okay, the question is, why do we see too far? And the answer is, we don't. Sorry, they're all lies. Every time you do a picture like that, you're lying about the distance, you're lying about the elevation, right? The altitude from which the picture is taken. You're just lying, right? All of these things.
What is the picture you're talking about? Is this a picture where it's like, oh, here's a mountain that's
they just take pictures and like, look at this thing that's so far away, we shouldn't be able to see it. Or like, here's the Chicago skyline from across the lake, well, we shouldn't be able to see it. They're just always lying. They're just lying about the distance. They're lying about various.
Bro, those were everyone I showed was from a professional photography website that has nothing to do with flat Earth, with all of the information listed.
Austin,
your model doesn't claim that the distances are wrong. That isn't your model's answer.
No, you guys just lie. You guys just lie. That's all it is. You just lie about how far away things are and how high.
It's a professional photography website. It has nothing to do with flat Earth.
Well, can you share one so people can see what you guys are talking about? Please?
Yeah, sure.
Anyone you want, as long as Dave agrees that it looks good. Share one that you think, Austin, that you think. I'm trying to, share one that you think supports your position, and then Dave can debunk the photo, or he can share his criticisms of the photo. And while he's looking that up, I want to give everyone a chance to let you know I'm joined here by 2 creators, 2 commentators, both Witsit Gets It Done on YouTube, linked in the description. Is at YouTube at Witsit, and as well as Professor Dave. Also,
he said Witsit Gets It Done.
Your Terrence Howard video, because I think he actually is legitimately insane, but that I don't know. But the
expected virality on that one,
yeah, that was all right. Yeah, but both guys create content. One of the people in this room are banned from Twitter. I don't want to name names, but the otherwise you can find them on Twitter or Dave, is there somewhere else where you want people to look for your stuff other than YouTube? Okay,
YouTube?
One of these guys in the room is also propped up by all the algorithms.
Oh, the poor Witsit. If you just didn't make up garbage, you wouldn't have a problem.
Right.
I make popular content, man. I make popular content because it's funny.
Wait. You're prioritized by the algorithm.
No, I'm things that people like to watch are prioritized by the algorithm.
If I Google Witsit Gets It, you come up.
So few people are stupid enough to fall for a flat Earth, so nobody watches you guys.
Dave, listen.
Interesting.
If I YouTube Witsit Gets It Geocentrism, a literal stream I did, you pop up. Can you explain to me why you're popping up when I search for me?
Yeah. He's, I can understand why YouTube might want to do that. Right? Whether or not anybody agrees with the reason for why they would do that. You may or may not agree with that, but YouTube is within the right to do that. And their advertisers have said we don't want to have our stuff in front of a lot of conspiracy nuts videos. So YouTube, understanding that you can't pay the bills if you don't have advertisers, right? Of course, and changing the subject. That's not the subject. Why is that a thing? Why did you have to bring that up? Oh, he just had to cry a little bit. Right? Oh, poor Witsit.
Okay, let's not play games.
Let's try it.
YouTube admitted in Congress they deprioritize flat Earth content because it's misinformation. So what?
I don't get it. I got, if the Earth is flat, what's under it? Shorts.
Yeah,
solar system from Earth's perspective.
Of course, because it's heavily censored. It doesn't mean it's true, but we don't have to play this game that you're not propped up.
Jeff recommends popular content, but I make very good, informative, educational content.
Look at that. Go down. What do you have to do with Witsit Gets It Geocentrism? What does your video have to do with it?
YouTube, give me that too, all right? Please, God, just send them. If they Google flat Earth, send it, or not Google. If they're on YouTube and they search for flat Earth, give a brother a break here.
You just proved my point live for the whole entire audience.
Maybe I put the keyword geocentrism in there. I don't even remember what my keywords are.
No, you didn't.
You don't know. You don't know what my keywords are.
I know for a fact you did it. So anyway,
You don't have
let's
access
get
to
back
my
to the
YouTube
photo.
because
studio.
I've tested this because you're the #1 propped up anti-flat Earth. Dude, they admitted in Congress that they consider it misinformation, so they deprioritize it and they prioritize the information correcting the misinformation. So that would be you, according to them. So they prioritize you. If you look up anything flat Earth related, you get Professor Dave. Okay, we all know that content blows the rest of your content out. That's why you got so many tens of millions of views.
Look, I have 1,500 tutorials. Do we really want to talk about my education?
No, bro, I'm not even. I hope good luck, brother. I'm not hating on your success. I'm just pointing out.
No, you.
Yeah. Dave has years of content, lots of content, right? And so he's put in the work to create the curriculum that he has. You know, good for him. Great stuff. So, and so why would they do that? Yeah, he has, you go to his channel, you look at the quantity of videos that he has that are teaching things that people want to learn. That's why.
You definitely.
I'm literally not, dude. If you make $400 million, I don't care. I wish you would. I don't care. It doesn't matter. I'm just pointing out, bro. I'm just pointing out the objective fact that it's the part.
Austin, I love you, but hold on. Now, here's a picture that Austin shared. Nobody denies that this picture exists. Austin, what do you say this is showing? Now, remember, I keep bringing it back because people who are watching aren't as balls deep as you guys both are in the topic. You know what I mean?
Sure.
So this is just a picture to me. What does this show?
Okay, so this was the world record at the time. It's been beaten now for the longest line of sight photograph ever taken. This is a mountain called Pic Gaspard. Okay. And it was, so now on a globe, if I look out, the Earth should be curving and blocking things in the distance, similar to how I can't look around a corner, right? Varies, like if I look, it's like looking at a hill. So if based on your height,
taken at 12,000 feet though, right?
Correct, right. So what you do is you pull up Earth curve calculator, you put the observer height in,
okay,
and then it'll tell you where the horizon will be, and it'll tell you how much of the target hidden height there is. So this is from the Earth curve calculator, official calculator, and if you look at it, the observer was 9,000 feet up. The target hidden height, meaning how much Earth curvature should be there, is 16,000 feet, and the top of the tallest part of the mountain is only 12,000 feet. That means the top of that mountain should be 4,000 feet below Earth curvature.
Okay, and then Dave, what do you say to that?
Two things. One, I cannot verify any of those numbers. Those could absolutely be fabricated by you. And number two, we're not doing any of the math. So those are two things that are not being verified. So instead, let's talk about something purely conceptual and intuitive.
Well, let's just one more time.
Refraction always happens. That's why it's important.
That's right. So let's have a look. This is the one. Oh, that's not the one I did, but I'll put it in quick here. Oh no, this is the one. Yep. So refraction 0.16, hidden 12,000, visible 570. So he definitely ignored refraction. Let's try putting refraction to 0 and see what we get. Right, hidden 16681. Target hidden 16446. So right there, I don't know why our numbers are slightly off, but we get the same numbers. So he definitely did assume that refraction doesn't exist. But Austin, why did you just hand wave and throw it out?
When you just throw refraction out entirely, invoking the furthest point away in the image and saying that you don't have to account for refraction and making the baseless assertion it doesn't move it because you showed us some really not very great images where they look to be generally the same is laughable, bro.
So there it is. Standard flat Earth pretending that refraction does not exist. If refraction does not exist, then what is causing the bottom of objects to be blocked? You can't use refraction if you say it doesn't exist. You can't use just arbitrary optical effects if you say these things don't exist. You need to quantify them. We have quantified the effects of refraction. We know that it's not 0.
Why can we see farther with elevation?
You're on the screen. Be careful.
Whatever.
I know.
Okay. I was just saying,
this guy's just denying basic math.
I put my own
right there. You see that? Can you see it? Light travels in straight lines. They always use this one. They love to use this one because it lets them lie. It lets them pretend that refraction doesn't happen.
Refraction increases proportionate to the distance.
Why do you never account for refraction?
And never in your dissecting of the observations do you even account for refraction that we know for a fact to be present.
So when you're looking at things like this, we don't know the magnitude of the refraction because it wasn't measured. Okay, so we can look at similar circumstances that have been measured and see if they are similar. Put them in and you can get a range, right? And so then if you're like, well, that's not the range that I want. You're just putting in a number, right? So you're just moving that slider to make it work. Okay. You need to show that this then, right? Your 0.2 I put in. It's not a high amount of refraction. You need to show how the refraction for this photo is not 0.2, right? You're saying it's an amount of refraction, right? Witsit or whoever else. If you're saying that that 0.2 coefficient of refraction is not an appropriate amount of refraction, well, then go ahead, show the measurements of the lapse rate, or show how it's an unreasonable amount of refraction. Now, I have done a good amount of investigation on refraction. I've read a good amount of measurements of the effects of refraction. I put in the live chat there for you. So this is a collection of different measurements of refraction. Here's a table that I put together. It's just my table of different circumstances of the index of refraction that are common, ranges or numbers that are kind of a normal situation based on reading these other papers, right? But if you think I'm wrong, go ahead, find the evidence that for example 0.2 is an unreasonable amount, or 0.3, right? And if you don't know what 0.2 or 0.3 is, then you certainly don't have a position to even have it part of in the conversation, right? If you're gonna hand wave dismiss that refraction happens, but you don't even know what that 0.3 means, then you don't have a place at the table to discuss this topic, right? Because all that you have, your position is refraction no existy. That's all you have, right? And that's not the case.
Math. So those are two things that are not being verified. So instead, let's talk about something purely conceptual and intuitive. Why can we see farther with elevation?
You're on the screen. Be careful.
What happened?
I know.
Awesome. Okay. I was just saying.
This guy's just denying basic math.
Somebody
No, let me finish.
I put my own
Basic
home
math.
address on when I didn't realize it, so I was just telling
No,
you.
yeah, I guess. Good look.
I like that Witsit, who can't do math, is saying that Dave, who can do math, is denying basic math. It's cute.
Okay, let me finish the thing I was saying.
Go ahead. Sorry, Dave. Go ahead.
So we can't verify any of these numbers. So instead, let's just talk about something very simple and intuitive. If we are looking at something at the horizon, if we go up in elevation, we can see farther. That is not intuitive on a flat Earth, because that actually increases the distance to the horizon, right? If you're going up, now there's an additional distance, right? If you get a hypotenuse, that's always going to be longer than the leg there. So why can we see further with higher elevation? That doesn't make any sense.
Okay, that's insanely incorrect. So you change your angle of view.
It's insanely incorrect. That's basic geometry, Witsit.
Correct. Okay, so just address the point, right?
I did.
Okay, go ahead.
Within 7 seconds. He
Austin,
made a claim.
You're
that
here
it doesn't
and you're
make any
looking
sense.
here.
It's
If you go up,
basic
this is
math.
even farther now, right? If you're here and you're looking at something here and you go up in elevation, that thing is now further away from you. So why can you see further with additional elevation?
Because you're increasing your angle of view.
Increasing
You
your
didn't
angle.
know that?
You
Nothing.
can
That's
see,
not a thing.
Wait, how can you see a further distance? We're not talking about an angle, a further distance. How can you see a
Because
further
now you're changing your angle of view, so you're increasing your angular resolution and the things that you can pick up in.
Increasing your angle of view doesn't increase your angular resolution. The angular resolution is determined by the aperture of the photo, the device you're looking or gathering light, your eyeball or the camera lens aperture. That's how you increase the angular resolution. Moving position doesn't change your angular resolution.
In the distance. Also,
Why does
the
that
ground
make it
ramps
further?
up due to perspective. Dude, just
Ramps
imagine,
up?
just think about it simply. If I was on a flat floor and I laid my head down on the floor, as I start to stand up, I'm going to be able to see further along
No.
the floor.
That makes no sense at all. There's nothing between you and the distant object that would obstruct it in the first place. So nothing would be obstructing it other than, and you make a good point, over hundreds of miles, you can't see things because of if the air has clouds in it or mist or dust, right? But if that's not the case, there's nothing between you and the distant object. There's no reason why you would not be able to see it.
Because my angle of view increases. This is again not exclusive to a globe Earth. And you deflected away from the observation that refutes the globe again.
Because I can't verify any of these numbers or the math. They're just lying about them.
Okay, so if the numbers are correct, then you concede it refutes the globe?
Probably not. No.
Okay, then answer it as if the answer, because these are not my numbers.
Okay, I don't know that.
Everyone at home's gonna be able to.
They are your numbers, Witsit. You put them into you put them. They're not your numbers. I don't know if they're correct or not. I didn't go verify them. Is this a different one? Yeah, he brought up a different one. But the math that you did assumes no refraction, Witsit. You know, I debated Witsit a couple years ago, and I pummeled him on this point by just clicking this button here.
I'm claiming that you haven't even actually accounted for all the variables, and you're touting your trigonometry that literally hand waves dismiss one of the most important variables when it comes to perception, which is refraction.
You know, after I pummeled him on that debate, over and over and over, every time he brought up a distant observation and intentionally left out refraction, I did that. My response was my conversation with these buttons. That was my response every time. And you know what he's not done since then? He's not once accounted for refraction. Why? Is it because he thinks that refraction doesn't exist? No. He said you have to account for refraction. It's because it's detrimental to his claim. And because he knows that the people in his target market do not understand this topic well enough to know that refraction is a thing. That's it. He knows that he can fool people by pretending that refraction doesn't exist, and they won't know to go look it up. All right, let's take a cleansing break. Find your zen. I'll find some super chats here. Lord Illuminous Poo says, Flurf, ask for evidence. We get it. Toon says, I'm going to hold that if they ask again. And they do. We go, Toon has that, but you're using Globe Sight. I'm going to hold that if they ask again. And I didn't quite understand what you're talking about there, Lord Illuminous Poo. But the final thing, but you're using Globe Sight. Well, yes. What's the distance? This is a... What's the distance here? That 256 miles was obtained using Google Earth. Now, Google Earth uses either the Haversine formula or the Vicente formula. Both of them use the radius of the Earth. So, Witsit, you cannot claim that you debunked the radius of the Earth if the very first number that you quoted there relies on the radius of the Earth. You would need to use the distance as computed for flat Earth, not the globe. Number one. Number two, the azimuth angle to these different things. The Canigou one, for example. The azimuth, the horizontal angle to where Canigou is, you've used, and they know where it's going to set because based on the geometry of the Earth, they know what time it's going to set. Based on the geometry of the Earth, they know what angle it's going to set. Both of those require the Earth to be a sphere. So you can't get to Canigou and set up your camera on the correct day at the correct time without relying on the shape of the Earth. Never mind that you got there using Great Circle routes when the airplane flew there. So you've again used the globe to get the angle and the time. First law of Flurf. Every time, every single observation that you do uses the globe. How did you get the observer height? Using geodetic surveying techniques. Yes, that's how the height of that mountain was obtained before GPS, but now use GPS, which comes from satellites in orbits around the globe. The GPS unit obtains its position using a three-dimensional XYZ coordinate system. And then it because we want latitude, longitude, then it does a coordinate transform to latitude, longitude, elevation. Somehow it did the coordinate transform from 3D Cartesian coordinate system to 3D spherical coordinate system. How did it do that if the Earth is flat? Every single one of these numbers, every one of them relied on the globe. You can't get any of those numbers without using the globe Witsit. The irony. But thank you for that, Lord Illuminous Pooh. Steve Revel says, I thought Dave had fallen asleep a few times during the debate. Witsit spews the same stuff over and over without checking anything anyone says. Yeah, it's a shotgun technique, right? It's a standard flat Earth technique for fooling people, where they don't want the other. They want to put so much out there so that they can hopefully fool some people. Lord Illuminous Poos is the only angle that would change a clock's motion is from behind it through a clear clock. Yes, but of course you're not on the other side. For the flat Earth, that means you'd have to be above the dome somehow. However high up it is, they don't know. Lord Illuminous Poos is Coffee Cup Caustic, more water or less grounds? Duh. Man of War for 30 shekels says, now that Witsit finally shows a model, what say you about matching it out tune? Calculate how far a sun should be from the dome and show Witsit how stupid his Coffee Cup Caustic is. So it's difficult because because it doesn't match. Right. And certainly you could go to that website that has all the math on it to show the position where it would need to be. We could do the raw math for that. You could also potentially do ray tracing. And so I think somebody mentioned they might do some ray tracing. It'd be kind of interesting to see if somebody did that. To see, well, where would the sun need to be in order to get the cardioid shape, the butt shape that they think makes sense. I don't know. And to really press it, right? If this is their, their Coffee Cup Caustic, right? The Tropic of the North Pole's in the center, Tropic of Cancer, Equator, Tropic of Capricorn are in concentric circles. Within here, down on the bottom, right? And you had to put the sun outside the ice wall in order for it to happen. But of course, then that cast a shadow on this portion here, as some of those pictures showed. So in order to get rid of that shadow, because that doesn't match the, reality where there's a ring around the entire outside, and with most of the daylight being over where the sun is. So now you have to bring it back inside. And then it comes back to the question, well, why is the light from the sun getting to the dome / coffee cup wall, then reflecting off of it down to the outside ring, to the Antarctica ring? Why is light able to travel that far, but it's not able to travel far enough? Because, right, if it's here, then this portion of it has a non-obstructed line of sight to the sun, directly to the sun and reflective to the sun. Why don't you see both? You should be able to look north and see the one and look south and see the other one. You don't see that. How does that work? None of these things work. It's just this straw grasp. And what kind of person believes it? Gullible, easily indoctrinated people that will not critically examine to say, well, yeah, I should see two suns, one the direct line of sight and one bouncing off of the dome. Doesn't make sense. All right, Lord Illuminous Pooh says, I love how Witsit's word salad is so famous, the historian guy knew it, and Dave brought some ranch to this. That's a nice butt. Dirtbike says, hey, wet seat. Witsit. Hey, Witsit, if it has already been shown and replicated, derp. Then show and replicate it again, you goon. And he did not bring it up, of course. This is his standard technique. He never brings, he's like, you can literally bring it up right now, dude. Hey, bro, you can just Google it. You Google it and it doesn't come up. It's not what you say. None of it matches. We can get into this. We're gonna get into the specifics later, bro. You never do. You never get into the specifics. Lord Illuminous Poo says, no, Newton, you can't say I like big butts. Fine. The greater the mass, the greater the attraction. Nice. Algorithm, Khwarizmi says, Witsit's coffee cup Caustic. Yes. iSolder74 says, just Google it. Do my work for me. Thank you, iSolder. Yeah. Just Google it. You Google it and bring it up. Find the one that you want. Right? And that's another tactic. Right? It's the do your own research tactic. Right? It's the gullible people that won't do their own research. Hear somebody else say do their own research. Oh, well, they've invited me to do my own research. They must be very confident in their position. I won't need to look it up. I'll just totally, absolutely buy everything they say. Right? Zoomy Tomato says coffee caustic looked like a Klingon symbol. It does look like a Klingon symbol. To go back to the previous one about doing your own research. You do your own research too. And I know you do, because if I say something, people jump on me. People jump on me all the time. There's a guy in a previous one who doesn't like, I hadn't seen it before. Who doesn't like my my video, my photograph of the measurement of the moon below eye level from a plane using the theodolite app. He said he thinks that planes bank constantly. I'm like, I don't think they bank constantly. My understanding of planes is that they set a course for a waypoint, and then they generally, there's always exceptions to everything, but they generally go straight toward that waypoint, and then when they get near that waypoint, they find out where the next waypoint is and set their azimuth for that next waypoint. And since the waypoints tend to be right along the Great Circle route, barring extraneous circumstances, when you get from waypoint to waypoint, you're not doing significant banking anyway. So unless you're going around something, right? Well, there's a geopolitical reason to avoid airspace over this country, or there's some high mountains in Tibet, we're going to avoid them, or there's a storm front, we're going to avoid that. But for the most part, if you go from here to here, you take a Great Circle route, and there's not a lot of banking in between. So Al Khwarizmi says whether the plane is banks is irrelevant because the theodolite app knows which way is vertical. I will add to that the theodolite app, it can't differentiate down from centrifugal force. So if you're banking, it will change what the theodolite app thinks is down. It's the equivalence principle. It's acceleration. You can't tell acceleration of from mass attracting mass gravity from centrifugal force or some other centrifugal acceleration. From other acceleration, they're indistinguishable. So yes, if you're banking, the theodolite will get messed up. And that's why there are gyroscopes in artificial horizons for airplanes. So it's not relying strictly on the downward acceleration. Now they have pendulous vanes in them, so that when you're done banking and you're going, most of the time you're not banking. If it got a little bit off, or if you've gone enough as you've gone 69 miles, you've changed the vertical angle by 1 degree. Well, it's had 69 miles to very slowly adjust itself to the new vertical angle. So it's always adjusting because the pendulous vanes. Now, what are pendulous vanes? Well, pendulous comes from pendulum. So what it is it's kind of a ring around the outside of this gyroscope that's spinning, and there's little holes in it. So typically they're air powered. And so when it tips a little bit, so here's the inside, and it's rigid because there's a gyroscope in it, and here's the pendulous vane, and there's a hole. Let's say there's a hole, an air hole blowing out there. The vane moves to the side. I don't know. It's not at the bottom, but whatever. It doesn't matter. It moves to the side. It gets out of the way, and that hole can blow a little bit to reposition itself to vertical, and then of course the vane then, once it's back to vertical, will fix it. So we'll fix it. We'll once again have the artificial horizon set to vertical. So no need to brag about my pendulum. Manowar says, disregard my last super chat request. This BS caustic debunk was great. Thanks, Toon. Praise Titicaca. Well, thank you. Hey, it's got to look like a butt. Kango44 says, Witsit is a selective skeptic, and that's being kind. He's a compulsive liar, narcissist, and anti-Semite clown. I completely agree. P. Floyd says, ever see a curved mirror? If so, you've seen a specular reflection on a curved surface. Yes. Well, and a specular reflection is typically when you have like a very shiny sphere, right? You have a ball and a light source that's reflecting off of it will be, that's the specular reflection. At least that's what I don't know. I'm not going to get too specific on whether or not I know that's the case. All right. Earthly Skeptic says, and Earthly Skeptic was on last week. He's fantastic. I love him. Says he thinks equation of time is a math equation to calculate sunset time. No, it's the difference between time measurements. Wrong is more right than Witsit. And yes, so the equation of time he got from, that's one thing that the Flurf sees. They hang out in their echo chambers to teach each other the Flurf answer to different. Of course, it contradicts other things, right? Remember the fourth law of Flurf. They teach each other and they try out their different straw grasp explanations for different things. So why does what time will the sun set tomorrow according to flat Earth geometry? Oh, well, the equation of time. Sorry, the equation of time doesn't answer it. It's not based on geometry of flat Earth. I can tell you using the geometry of the globe what time the sun will set tomorrow. They're like, equation of time. I'm sorry. I said I will use the geometry of the globe, not the equation of time, to tell you what time the sun will set tomorrow. Can you tell me what time the sun will set tomorrow using flat Earth geometry? Equation of time. That's a different topic. I'm talking about the geometry for telling you what time the sun will set. It's a deflection tactic. That's what it is. Kango44 says, Flurfs go on and on about reality is what we see, then show a glass hemisphere on a cartoon flat map and say, look, it's reality. Dual standard of evidence. The Sun Express says, Witsit's coffee cup caustic nonsense is instantly debunked by anyone directly observing a Lahayan noon. And it's a zero shadow noon, yeah. So that's where if you've seen video of or video is particularly interesting. If you see a perfectly vertical device at local solar noon on the point where the sun is directly above you, right? Where you're at the GP of the sun. And it's local solar noon, there are no shadows on vertical things. So like a pole on the ground has no shadow if it's just a vertical pole. It's weird to look at. And Wolfie6020 did one a couple years ago. And you look, you're like, it's eerie because there's no shadows. Because we're so used to seeing shadows, and there's no shadow at all. And it's rare for us to not see a shadow on a vertical pole, right? We never see that. If you don't live between the tropics, or if you've been there on that time, you've never seen it in person. So just looking at video is definitely eerie. So, yep, the coffee cup caustic, yeah, because it's got to be outside the ice wall, so that you can never have that vertical sun that's straight up. Same thing for the dome he put on that isn't the coffee cup caustic. That one also requires the sun to be outside the ice wall. So, Kangle44 says, bro. Thanks. iSolder74 says perspective does not work that way. He it was all caps and then ended with an exclamation point. So he yelled it. So I won't be yelling it. There's people trying to sleep in this house here. Lord Luminous Poo says Flurfs complain that we use you/your site as a reference because you're a globby. So yeah, they, for some reason, if a third party thing is cited by my website, that they don't like that. They won't accept it. Of course, that shows that they do not want to consider evidence, that they are not interested in the truth. So do go ahead and show that, and just wait for them to run away from truth. And then here's what you do. You don't try to convince them. You point at them and say, look at this person who hates truth, right? Because there's always people watching these conversations, hopefully. I don't debate in DMs. I don't debate in private. If you want to debate me, I'm here. We'll do it publicly, right? On Facebook, Twitter, I do a little bit, and mostly I'll just post links to things, right? So like prove the curve. I'll just send a picture of the curve, right? mctoon.net/ what do you think the URL will be to find curve on my website? /curve. What is the URL you think will find the spin measurements of the spin of the Earth? /spin. What about G? /G. What about radius? /R. Try to make it easy. But the other tactic is to just go there, grab the citation, look at it, verify it is on task, on point, verify you understand what you're looking at, right? And then post it. Don't just blindly post things. So, anyway, but yes, either way is fine. If they are, so brave that they will just refuse to look at evidence, point at them and mock them. That's what they need. If you ask for evidence and then refuse to look at it, you deserve to be mocked and ridiculed. You do. If you pretend that you want the truth, you say it, you're pretending it, right? And then won't look at evidence, yeah, you hate truth. String News 1, for the record, the longest man-made radio transmission is between Earth and Voyager 1. That's true. Distance from Earth, 163 AU. Sorry. Which is 15 billion miles. Why is this in miles? This is I don't get it. It's from NASA. It should be in metric. Whatever. Thank you, Stringer News 1. Kango44 says you could use NVIDIA Omniverse. It has a nice path tracer, iRay. It is very easy to use. It's free. That would be cool. Can I do it on my Mac? All right. Well, I'll put that up. I'll have a look at it later. Thank you for that. iStotter74 says, I also meant that he refuses to provide his citations. Yeah, Witsit generally doesn't like to provide his citations because he knows, I've called him out on this many times, the first law of Flurf is that Flurf citations always contradict the Flurf's position. So he doesn't want to give citations because when you look at them, you'll always see. The OG Kenji says, I don't even effing cuss, bro. Oh, good old song from Witsit. I got a song. I was maybe gonna have it for Thursday. We'll see. I might have it for Thursday. Of Witsit's it's a Witsit song. It's pretty good. It's pretty good. It's I'm still working on some of the lyrics, polishing them up a little bit, getting them to flow correctly, and yeah, I think you're gonna like it. I'm enjoying it. King Crew says, Magoon, when can I expect my book? King Crew, oh geez, I was just outside the other day and I was there. I'm like, oh, if only King Crew were here, I could give him my book. So King Crew just likes that I have his book so he can keep complaining about the book. It's his thing. But I definitely should get eventually. You know what? It was a 10,000 subscriber stream, right? I'm at 21,000 now. So I need to do a Fibonacci sequence 21,000 subscriber live stream. I'll get that. Maybe next week I can do that. This week is Craig's week. Seriously, he's got like 9 live streams. Go enjoy that. And then he's on vacation next week. So I'm like, dude, I don't know if I can fill those shoes. That's a lot. But anyway, next week I'll try to have a few more if I can. Lord Illuminous Poo for $2 says mctune.net/sexy-feet-pics. Yeah. Yep. For only $2, I don't think I'm gonna put that one up. Might need a little more than $2 for that one. That's funny. But yeah, keep on pipe dreaming there. Astro Kate says anti-Semite gets it. Shows he can't think scientifically when he says seeing too far disproves the globe. He is incapable of making a hypothesis. Yeah. It is the scientific attitude that they lack. Funny book right here. The Scientific Attitude, a great book by Lee McIntyre. He also wrote one on conspiracy theorists and how to talk to a conspiracy theorist, specifically included a lot from Flat Earth. He went to the 2018 Flat Earth Convention, was so disgusted by it that he left, because at the convention, they said that they are intentionally targeting children. Not their children, other people's children. And it was then that he really knew how horrible and dangerous flat earthers are. Right? It's one thing to teach your kids. Don't teach your kids wrong stuff. But if it's one thing to do that, it's another to intentionally target other people's kids. All right, here we go.
Go look it up. It's a official professional photography website.
I want to let you guys both know. At the start of the show, I did a poll. Just so it's with about 3,000 votes. It's 65% Globe Gang, 35% flat friend, which I thought I'm going to run it again at the end because I thought, this would be fun experience.
Well, nobody's going to change their mind here.
Well, that's probably true. So you've watched online debates before, Dave. So yeah.
Well, no, not really. He brings his flat Earth, people, and they impervious to facts and logic, so they're not going to change.
Says the guy that's just ducking a picture.
Yeah, I'm ducking a picture because it's a picture, right? I'm talking about very simple physical concepts, right? I'm talking about observations that we can all agree on, like the observation of the celestial sphere rotating counterclockwise versus clockwise, that you cannot explain, that only makes sense on a spherical Earth, that we used in ancient times to prove that the Earth is a sphere. That's why sphere is the default position that you're trying to undermine by talking
but hey,
about.
real fast, can we show some intellectual honesty? I understand that you don't know these numbers, and fair enough. Okay,
fair,
you want to verify them. That's fair. That's fair.
Yeah.
I'm asking you in good faith,
Mhm.
if the numbers were correct, which they are, what would be your response?
You can say if the numbers were correct.
I can say what Dave should say here. I don't know what he says here. I haven't watched it. If the numbers are correct, and if confounding variables have been accounted for, then it debunks the radius, or it is evidence counter to the globe. That's a better way to put it. So yeah, but I know we've already gone through it. He does not account for refraction that he requires.
Yeah, it's an intellectually honest question, and it's actually disingenuous to avoid addressing the evidence just with the cop-out that I can't verify the numbers right now.
It's actually really not, because when you have an entire model that is all interconnected and all observable phenomena are explained by that model, one singular datum, like one photo, is not going to be powerful enough to undermine an entire model. If the numbers were true and if the math wasn't fudged, then I would say, okay, there's probably some kind of atmospheric effect or some kind of thing that I am not aware of that is making us see a little bit further. Maybe it's something that particular day. There's a particular humidity, or it's clearly over water. That's going to increase the atmospheric refractive effects. None of these observations are ever done over land. I think that's why. Same with the skyline of Chicago. They're always done over water for you guys. So there's something clearly, just one singular explanation that's missing. And that's why one datum is not going to undermine an entire model that explains every single thing about the world that we live in, from everything we see in the night sky to geological phenomena to just absolutely everything in our world. Right.
So hand wave dismissal, red herring fallacies, appeal to possibilities. That's
appeal to possibility is Witsit's favorite. He loves to do that. Let's be clear. Dave had a very good point, and that's why I modified slightly my response to it. Right? If the numbers were right, and if the confounding variables were taken into account, it would be counter evidence. But one thing does not a model falsify. Right? There are all of the other things that need to be part of that, because they're all a mesh, a web of things together. So you would need to also falsify long range navigation. You would also need to falsify the mass of the Earth causing the downward acceleration. You would also need to falsify the tidal effects. You would also need to falsify the measured distance to the moon and the sun. You would also need to falsify, right? There's a whole list of things. We go on and on of the things that you would have to falsify. And then this whole falsification is independent of replacement. It's only that case if you're not making a claim. But Witsit's position in this debate is that the Earth is flat. So replacement is necessary for your position, right? And a lot of flat earthers try to go well, I don't make a claim. I don't say the Earth is flat. I don't know. I just know it's not a globe. Those things, those are the people that know that there's no evidence for a flat Earth and then just want to, tell everybody that they know there's no evidence for it. So you need to provide all of those things if you claim that the Earth is flat. All of that. You need to replace long-term navigation. You need to explain the magnitude of the bottom-up obstruction over long distances, right? You need to explain the slightly varying downward acceleration all over the surface of the Earth. All these things, you have to, all of them.
Okay, we can move on.
Fallacy, name a fallacy.
Let's move on.
Do you know that fallacies are important, Dave?
No, I know.
Oh, do you know the fallacies are important? So appeal to possibility. You know what is an appeal to possibility? Coffee cup caustic is an appeal to possibility. It's not actually possible because it doesn't match. But that's what he's doing, right? All of Witsit's things are appeals to possibility.
Know that you guys name random fallacies to pretend that you've won something when you didn't. That's
You literally appealed to possibilities. You said there's probably something that could possibly be happening. You literally did a textbook appeal to possibility. It's all good.
You're pretending that one observation is worth more than thousands upon thousands of observations every single day.
I showed 10. It doesn't matter. You're just affirming the consequent and reifying your model by saying it explains everything. What about the
We see too far.
What about the long distance radio waves? What about when we shoot radio waves line of sight?
That's
thousands
called
of miles.
sporadic E propagation. It bounces off a layer of the atmosphere.
Okay, that's called skywave propagation.
Okay, hold on.
Sporadic E propagation.
Everyone's had their say on that. Okay, let me ask you. What another thing that I found fascinating as a normie is the contention between the globe. What do they call you, Dave? A glober?
I don't know.
What is the name?
Globe. I don't care.
And then so the globe people and the flat people is the idea that's one of the things that I saw Austin talk about and you talk about was that essentially 5,000 years ago, there was a different North Star. And the question around whether or not the stars move, because that is actually paramount to the idea that the Earth is rotating around the sun versus the Earth being the center of the universe.
Okay, so people are saying that the mod is awful. He's a little kind of rambles a bit, but I like that he's trying to at least steer something here instead of because you know. And we like it. We kind of like the Dave crushing Witsit stuff and just, you know, but I think he's trying. I don't know. I'm not as annoyed by his attempt at steering and kind of corralling it into a topic without the ramble.
So Austin, I'll go to Austin, then I'll go to Dave. And then next time I'll start with Dave. So in the flat Earth model, is it that the stars? Can you explain the stars thing to the layman in the flat Earth model?
Okay, wait, the star thing, like the question you just asked about the star moving or something else?
Well, I thought maybe I misunderstood. Correct me if I'm wrong. I thought the flat Earth mindset was that the stars did not move. Is that not true?
Sure.
Am I wrong about that?
Okay. Well,
or correct.
There is a claim that the North Star used to be a different star, and it's a very vague, ambiguous claim based on like architecture. So
it's not vague and ambiguous. It's very specific. Thuban. And at this point in time, it was within a certain distance from the center.
So there's no actual legitimate evidence verifying that. For all legitimately recorded history, we have Polaris. But there is something called a kinematic equivalence, which sure that sounds fancy, but it's not.
Hold on. I know you're explaining it, but you didn't add. So is it what is the flat Earth position on stars? Do they move or do they not move?
They move every day. That's called sidereal rotation. If you mean over time, there does seem to be a slight progression of the stars. But what I'm trying to explain is that isn't exclusive to the Earth moving or.
If they're embedded in the dome, how does it happen? Without an appeal to possibility. That he's going to do an appeal to possibility here.
Or not moving, right? It's called kinematic equivalence, which is what relativity is about, relative motion. It's like, oh, is the plane moving or am I moving? You can never tell. That's what the globe model says. So anything that moves in the sky, could by default not prove that we
could. That's an appeal to possibility.
We were the ones moving, according to the official globe model. That's the point I'm making. It's called a kinematic equivalence. So whatever the stars are doing, because we can't go back thousands of years and verify if the North Star was different, whether it was or wasn't, it doesn't prove the Earth is moving.
So, Dave, your response to that?
Yeah, a couple things. Number one, the North Star became Polaris in like 600 CE or something.
6,000 years ago or something. Yeah?
No, way more recent than that. Polaris. I mean, it was Thuban in the times of the Egyptians. Became Polaris. So that's well documented. But furthermore, we don't need to do that. We can very accurately observe Milankovitch cycles. We can see the precession of the rotational axis happens every year. It can be measured, and then there's parallax and all these other things. But that's not really what matters because again, he's trying to do this thing where he doesn't have to where he's pretending that geocentrism doesn't assume a spherical Earth. When the argument was going on in the Renaissance, early Renaissance about geocentrism and heliocentrism, we knew that the Earth was a sphere. So every time he does this kinematic equivalence thing, the kinematic equivalence he's trying to refer to is whether the Earth goes around the sun or if the sun goes around the Earth, not doing little donuts on a pizza land. That's not an equivalence. Those are not equal things. We're talking about one going around one or the other going around the other. Those are the two things. So geocentrism, you often try to defend a geocentric model. It assumes a spherical Earth. That is an actual model that can, to some reasonable precision, describe the motions of the celestial objects and put them where they're supposed to go and predict quantitatively where they're going to be. Flat Earth doesn't have that. You don't have any model. You don't have any way of saying this is where the planets are going to be. This is when an eclipse is going to happen. Any of these things. You absolutely cannot do any of those things. That's why I told you in the beginning, if you want to defend geocentrism, that's totally fine. We can talk about how we know that the Earth moves, which is a completely different topic from knowing whether the Earth is round or flat, because geocentrism uses a spherical Earth.
Okay, response to that, Austin.
Okay, so what's happening is I'm specifically addressing the singular point, and you're gish galloping.
No.
So, like, you want me to address everything
Wow. The reversal there. Oh my gosh.
you just said,
You're
right? Like,
just
for one,
kinematic equivalence has nothing to do
How about this? Just I'll throw it back to you real quick. Why is geocentrism exclusive to the Earth being a sphere?
because it's a model that works. Flat Earth doesn't work. It doesn't explain anything we see, like the observations of the celestial sphere that you keep running away from. You cannot explain why the stars rotate one way in the north and the other way in the south. You cannot explain that.
All right, I'm going to take my time back and let me respond to everything you said, because you didn't answer. So the answer is that it's not, because with everything...
You didn't answer. That's fine.
You didn't. You just started talking about star trails again. So with everything going on in the quote-unquote universe, you said the universe wouldn't exist. No, maybe not as you've defined it, but with everything going on, all the quote-unquote planets, everything moving around, the Earth's shape doesn't matter. You just project that.
Oh my gosh. A projection, the Earth shape does matter, right? A projection is a departure from the actual shape. As soon as you do a projection, you're no longer referencing the actual shape. So you can't do a projection from one to another and then say they're the same. They're not the same, right? One is potentially reality and the other is not, or the other way around, or neither.
Relative to your projection, you create a transform relative to your projection or your assumption of motion.
All right, a transform and a projection are not the same things. So let's go. Like I mentioned earlier with GPS outputs internally the position of the receiver in XYZ Cartesian coordinates. But we, in our GPS system, we read latitude, longitude, elevation. So on the surface of the Earth, we don't want XYZ. That doesn't help us much. We want the latitude, longitude. So it does a coordinate transform. Both of those, the shape of the Earth doesn't change. Right? So and there's multiple coordinate systems that you could use. There's spherical coordinate systems, there's cylindrical coordinate systems, there's Cartesian coordinate systems, and you can envision many different types of coordinate systems that may or may not be useful. A projection actually changes the shape of the thing and projects it onto something else. And we know that. We see maps where you look at the map, you look at a Mercator projection, and you see that Greenland is the wrong size. It's too big. It's bigger than or it's similarly large to Africa, but in reality, it's not actually that big. So the projection skews the size of things.
Of the night
Buddy,
sky.
I let you finish. Chill out. Okay. So
let him finish. Let him finish, Dave.
So the truth is that all observations have shown that the Earth is stationary. We have the cosmic microwave background, which showed anisotropic inhomogeneous distribution of energy, which is the exact opposite of the heliocentric prediction, and intersected on the Earth. The 23.4 degree axis was on a non-local observation. Dude, define word salad.
You're just using words. You're trying to pretend that cosmology proves the Earth is flat. Then all cosmologists would be flat earthers. Do you have any idea how insane you sound? No, it's not. You're pretending to understand cosmology. You're pretending.
When did I say that was word salad, Dave?
No, I'm saying it's word salad because it is word salad.
I said that was word salad.
We're talking about the shape of the Earth. You're defending a flat Earth, which we figured out it isn't true in 2,500 years ago. And you're trying to talk about modern cosmology to try to talk about this when you can't even explain naked eye observations of the stars in the sky.
Okay, look, they're directly related. The idea is that the Earth is a tilted, wobbling, spinning sphere that revolves around the sun. The alternative is that the Earth is a geocentric, stationary plane. Both of those are directly...
It's the alternative, huh?
Related.
Sphere, that is a stationary sphere, was the alternative. Prior to heliocentrism, we thought that it was a stationary
Stop interrupting.
sphere.
Hold on.
You keep going off the rails. I got to bring you back to what we're talking about.
Hold on, guys. Okay. I'm getting some flack for allowing too much interruptions. That's on me. I know that both of you feel passionately about this, but please try to keep that to a minimum. But I do want to say, most importantly, I think it's really important and really cool that both of you took time out on a Saturday night to get online and do this and stream. And I just want to thank, I just want to give a shout out. I don't care who people back who are watching or whatever, both channels are linked in the description. Witsit gets it or Professor Dave. Ideally, you'd subscribe to both and consume both people's content and make up your own mind. I just want to before emotions heat up too much, just say, hey, I appreciate you both being here. I know that it's a weekend night. Can I, if you'll allow me, I'm getting called a coward for not bringing up The Edge, apparently, which is, I assume, one of the more controversial opinions and Austin, I think it's fair for you to say, hey, I showed up and I'm the one that has to answer. I'm the one that has to defend all our positions. But I also think that's a result of the fact that the spherical Earth is the commonly accepted opinion. So
Sure.
I want to be fair, and I'm not doing awesome at it, but I'm trying. So I want to say, if there are specific positions against the sphere or against that you want Dave to answer for, I want to give him that. Give you that opportunity. But one thing that is what I found fascinating today was the idea of the ice wall or Antarctica. There's a lot of craziness around that, because what I thought, just being unbiased, trying to be unbiased, but I guess being honest, that is very hard for me to believe. Because people can literally go to Antarctica. It's like I watched a lot of Flat Earth 30. I told you guys before, I watched almost 8 hours, and I was like, these bastards better show up, because I spent my whole Saturday watching Flat Earth videos. But I was watching the Antarctica thing, which is a common talking point, and people go there all the time. So what is the Flat Earth position about the rim? Basically, that's what people in chat are asking. That what's going on the edges in the Flat Earth? And then Dave, I'll give you a chance. Is that okay? And I'll give you a chance to respond to that. Okay.
All right. First of all, to address the first part, I'm cool with asking questions. That's the natural response, because Flat Earth is so out of left field for most people.
Yeah.
But that's more of like a normal conversation thing, not a he's supposed to be debating anything. But it's all good. Okay. I'm pretty chill.
I mean, I can let you guys just go at it too, if that's what you want.
That's cool. I want to answer your question. Okay. This is the typically held position. You cannot freely and privately explore past the 60th south latitude, okay, which is
a lie. You can. It's not cheap. There's things you need to do it right, because each country that's a signatory to the treaty has a commitment to the other countries of the treaty, and coming from one of those countries means that you need to adhere to the treaty to say, we're going to be here at this time. Here's what we're planning to do. If you want, you can come and watch us. You can investigate our stuff. You can make sure, right? Everything has to be done openly. And any company that's going to go is going to say, well, we don't want to get sued, so we need to protect our liability. So we need to, number one, do all of the right things to protect anybody that's coming with us. And we need to have insurance, and our insurance company will require that we do all the things to protect people. So in order to protect you, you can't just go wandering off. If you just go wandering off, you might fall in a crevice and die. Our insurance company says no. We can't do that. So you can't let them go wandering off. But if you wanted to go alone without that company, you wanted to be the company, you can. You absolutely can. It's a pain in the butt and it's expensive, but it's an uncharted area. And so it's very expected that you would do that. Same thing for climbing Mount Everest. If you want to climb Mount Everest, it's expensive. You need to get permits. You can't just do it when you want without planning ahead. So can you privately and freely explore Everest? Of course you can. And it's expensive and it's a pain in the butt. Right? But if you wanted to go do it, then the people that grant permits would say, all right, well, show that you've done what you need to do so that we don't have to come save your stupid butt. Okay, go ahead. Right? And of course, Everest is littered with dead people. It is. They leave them there because getting them out is expensive and dangerous. So They don't do that in Antarctica quite the same because it's expensive and dangerous, but also you're not supposed to litter. So, yeah, don't go to Antarctica and die there because that's littering.
There's a ring around the outside. So to independently and freely identify and verify what all is out there is not possible. Do people go there? Yes, you can go on approved guided tours. Most of the time, it's like just a couple locations. They say it's super dangerous. I have a friend that this is anecdotal, but a former NASA employee was stationed there for 6 months. He's a flat earther. It's admittedly the highest elevation on Earth. So when people say ice,
so it's interesting when he says he has these little tells, these words that he uses when he says objectively. We said it's admittedly one of the highest elevations of the Earth. Why is that a thing? Why did you add admittedly to that? He's doing it for a reason, right?
ice wall. I mean, there are videos and pictures of what you would call an ice wall. It's the highest elevation on the Earth.
Hold on. Highest elevation on Earth in Antarctica.
Highest average elevation. So not like Mount Everest, the highest average elevation.
Average.
of a continent.
Okay. That might
Yeah. So
He does know Zumi. He does know a former NASA, well, not employee, a contractor. I think his name's David Beverly. I think he was just a contractor. I'm not sure, but he certainly worked for NASA in the generic sense, right? And he was on, I think he was in McMurdo Station. So
we're saying we don't know what's there. And oftentimes people get this straw man. It's like flat earthers say you can't go to Antarctica. People go there all the time. No, we're saying you can't freely and privately explore it, right? Like,
then why would you say you can't go there? Flat earthers always say you can't go there. They say you're prohibited. Flat earthers say the military will stop you. And then they show a video of a boat that's north of Tasmania getting stopped not by any Antarctic patrol. They say, look at that, that proves it. It doesn't prove it. You're just lying. So Witsit, are you out there policing your own? No. The other flat earthers that are like, well, why are you saying that? That's just a straw man. No, because thousands of flat earthers, well, there might be not thousands. Tens of flat earthers are on Facebook and everywhere else saying, you can't go there. Here's this video.
Like if I let you in my house, but you couldn't go upstairs, you couldn't tell me what was upstairs, right?
Like
Like
sex dungeon. I would know.
So are you going to go with Will Duffy to the South Pole? He's paying for you.
I told him when he first emailed me, before I even knew who he was, that I was open to going. I had specific parameters, which is that they can't take my words out of context and make a hit piece like they always do, that they have to be forthcoming about all the funding and all the stuff like that.
You
And I
can
said I
make
would
your
go.
own
I have no
content
reason
too,
not to.
Hold on, Dave.
What's
Can you explain the Will? Because I know about the Will Duffy thing, but most people watching.
Yeah, I didn't know. I was getting these emails and not even knowing who he was, so I didn't reply. But this guy Will Duffy has been emailing flat earthers and people who make flat earth debunking content about paying to bring some people to the South Pole to observe the 24-hour sun.
He's like some eccentric billionaire guy, right?
I don't really know anything about
guy?
him, and I don't know how much money he has. I don't think he's a billionaire. I think he has enough money to pay for a couple people to go.
Because I will go. Like,
Yeah,
I'll
I
do
mean,
the South Pole tour.
I wouldn't. I have things to do, but I would love for some flat earthers to go and see the 24-hour sun. And most flat earthers are already making excuses. Weiss is saying he doesn't want to go because he's evil, Satan, or something. I don't know what he's
Austin said he would go.
Okay, that's
Yeah.
great.
And
clear,
Dave's
right?
position was that he doesn't respect people that are dishonest and hide behind anonymity and stuff like that. So whatever, I said I would go because, dude, I'm not scared of anything.
Did
You
he
know I'm a
contact
flat
you?
earther?
Did he contact you?
Yeah. He sent like a mass email, and when I saw it, I responded. I said, "Dude, look, I'll go. It has to be transparent, honest. People have stolen money. They claim on their videos they're going to fly us, and then we contact them. They're like, I'm not going to actually fly you. That's just for my YouTube video." But he still has a GoFundMe up to make flat earthers look bad. So I said, if it's honest, I'll go. I'm not scared of the truth, dude. I'm a flat earther because you can go see mountains from hundreds of miles away consistently. It doesn't add up. The math doesn't add up. So
You're crap at math, Witsit.
anyway, and
Can I bring it back?
I don't know how that's going to manifest, but as of now, it looks like it could be me and Jaron going with, I guess, Dave McKeegan or something. But
Well, I give you.
and when we don't see the 24-hour sun,
what are you going to have to see? So if you go, all right, right here and right.
Okay. I've seen this little part here. This is good. Will Duffy, well done.
Right now, you go, you see 24-hour sun, you come back, you make a video. Because look, I saw this in Dave's video. I feel like I've saw you, and I have also. Everyone's been wrong. It's not like a big deal. I'm not saying you are, but I'm saying, what will it take? Like if you go down there and you see 24-hour sunlight, you'll come back and say, all right, cool. I'm cool. It's global. I'm a global guy now. What would it take if you went to the South Pole for you to change your mind?
if I saw a 24-hour sun that does a 360 around me, like the Go predicts, I would
What would that
readily
look like?
admit like that does
What's a
what's up?
360 around me look like?
Like the sun should just do a full circle around you and never set, just like it does in the north in the midnight sun. It should do the same
Alaska.
thing in the south.
What does
Yeah,
it look like
if
in
that-
Alaska when it's light for 24 hours there? Do you do?
It literally does. If you're far enough north, you can just see the sun do a full circle around you, which is
If
what
you-
the flat Earth predicts is what's up.
Dave, do you have any issue with that? I don't know. I've never been there.
No, great. I can't wait. I really hope they go. And then when they come back, that's the end of Flat Earth because that will be it. And we
Well,
will have
let me finish what I was saying.
like,
Okay. Yeah, go ahead.
It would match the globe. I would step back and be like, whoa, I don't expect it to. So I would admit, yeah, that's weird. That matches the globe. That's not expected on the flat Earth from my understanding. Blah, blah, blah. I'd openly admit it.
Isn't that what you just did to me about the photograph where I was thinking of another explanation?
What? No.
That falsifies flat Earth Witsit. Falsification. You just want one falsification. That's all he thinks he needs.
I didn't even say that yet, but maybe. But a more definitive test actually is to charter a plane, fly far enough south, have multiple mechanical gyros spinning up that maintain rigidity in space. They should tip over as you go, and then it should flip over. So it should tip and flip based on the curvature of the Earth. If say that test and the 24-hour sun was actually manifested, which I don't have high hopes for, I would, if I found out for sure the Earth's a globe, I would be the first one to come out and admit I was wrong.
No, he wouldn't. Not for a second. But he's put himself on the line here. Right? So if he goes back on this, then that's it. Every single debate, play this clip right here and play the video of the 24-hour sun. Austin is exiting flat Earth in December. He has to. He has to. Because all you need to do is play the clip right here that he just did. And he's done. He can't ever be a flat earther after December.
Because that doesn't prove one thing doesn't prove is that we're flying through space. It doesn't prove any of this other nonsense.
Okay, well, let me ask this. So, I feel like Austin's been on a bit of the hot seat. So let me pose a question to Dave. I watched a bunch of your videos today. I actually really appreciate, I can definitely tell you're a teacher because all of your PowerPoint slides gave me PTSD back to my college days.
I'm good with slides.
Yeah. I actually, when I was getting my master's degree, I still had a professor that used overhead projectors.
He has a master's degree? In what? Does anybody know?
That he had written in the 70s.
Old school. Yeah.
Yeah. But I've heard the terminology around flat Earth several times in your videos about grifting, right?
Mm-hmm.
What is the grift? What is the grift in saying that there's a flat Earth? Can you kind of describe that? Because I don't see a lot of these flat Earth guys being giving me money. So what is it?
It's just a little cult, and there's super chats, and they do the conferences and all these things. That's all it is.
So there's
it's not like a
conferences.
huge grift. It's not like Scientology or something. But
Okay, we all agree Scientology is a huge grift, right?
I hope we all agree that.
Yeah.
Dude, flat Earth doesn't make you money, bro. I get demonetized all the time. I'm deprioritized. And I had to lose a 6-figure job offer because I had flat Earth videos online.
Okay.
I don't believe that for a second.
If you were going to grift, why would you pick the thing that doesn't make money?
Because you're
it doesn't make
a better
any sense.
grift. If you could do I've been debunking Billy Carson and some of these guys on the Rogan thing. That guy actually makes money lying about archaeology and ancient aliens and stuff like that. That would be a smarter grift.
What?
Okay, anyway, but this is the problem. People are going to get so triggered that Dave's not being forced to actually address his improper claims.
Okay, well, what is
I'm just
it?
going to be real.
No, he's right here. He's right. Okay, hold on, Dave. All right. What is it? Articulate the question that Dave has not answered, and then Dave, the floor is
All
yours.
ears.
Okay, yeah. So like I explained earlier, when we looked at the cosmic microwave background, it actually showed that there was, he called this word salad, anisotropic.
Wait, what is it? I just want to, we're not all, so what did you say? The what microwave?
It's called the cosmic microwave background, CMB, which is just, you send something up high in the air and you read the electromagnetic radiation. You
send something up in the air. It's a satellite, Witsit, orbiting the globe.
There's the visible spectrum of light, then there's the non-visible spectrum. It's pulling in all the data from the light that you can't see with your eyes.
If
Right,
you've
the
ever
CMB.
researched flat Earth, you know this image, right? Dave's seen this.
Probably,
image.
yeah. Most
It has
people
nothing
certainly.
to do with flat Earth. I mean, this is cosmology.
Well, hold on. Yeah, but hold on, Dave. Hold on. Just let him. Just let him.
It's about
you know.
It's about is the Earth moving or not? So in the current model that the Earth is flying around the sun, the universe, whatever, all energy should be evenly distributed. That's called homogeneous, and it should be isotropic, meaning it has no preferred direction. Okay, but what they saw was that it was inhomogeneous and anisotropic, and actually the part that had a preferred direction intersected on the Earth. And they ended up calling it the axis of evil. And then what they saw was that this anisotropic inhomogeneous distribution of energy was actually on a 23.4 degree tilt, which was supposedly the Earth's tilt, but it was observed way beyond our quote unquote galaxy, which means it could not have been the Earth tilted. So it's a major
How did you see the tilt way beyond our galaxy?
problem. The CMB matched the geocentric model.
Okay, awesome. So you're talking.
All right, let's just go over this here. If you're on a boat and you're in the ocean, not the middle of the ocean, just on the ocean, anywhere on the ocean, and you're far enough from land that you can't see land, every direction that you look, it looks like you're in the middle of the ocean, the center of the ocean. You could move 200 miles north, you'll still look like you're in the center of the ocean. You could move from the Pacific to the Atlantic. As long as you can't see land, it'll look to you like you're in the center of the ocean. Are you in the center of the ocean because you can see the same distance in all directions? No. That's what you expect when you have a limited range in all directions. This is a limited range in all directions. This is not geocentric. This isn't, it looks like we're not moving. This you would not expect to see in one direction farther than a different direction. You would expect all directions to look the same, provided that light has a fixed velocity. So what this does is this confirms that light has a fixed velocity. One thing that he doesn't believe in.
Okay, so this image, right, the CMB model, right, you're saying, how does this, one thing I'm a layman, so I feel like I'm speaking for just regular people who are watching. What about this should Dave talk about when it comes to the sphere heads? You know, so when you talk about the microwave, whatever, how does this relate to flat Earth is what my question is.
This is just about if the Earth is geocentric or not, if the universe is geocentric.
Okay,
so
that's a different conversation then, right? Because
it's not, though.
The planet could be yes, it is, because the
is.
Planet could be a sphere but still be geocentric.
It
right?
could be, yes, that's right.
But just to review, just like everything else, in order to collect this data, it all relies on the Earth being a globe. A satellite was put into orbit around the Earth. In order to put that satellite in orbit, you need to know how fast it needs to go to maintain that orbit. That requires knowing the mass of the Earth. It needs to know about the gravity of the Earth. You need to know the radius of the Earth. You need to be able to apply the rocket formula in order to get the satellite in orbit. Then all of the positions, right? This is just a little graphic here. This tiny little graphic. This isn't the data they collected, right? The satellites looked in all directions out from the Earth, 360 degrees, 360 degrees in a spherical coordinate system. So if the Earth is flat, they could not get this from a spherical coordinate system, because all directions isn't spherical coordinate system for flat Earth. There's only that way, right? Or maybe to the sides. That's it. You don't have 360. You have 180 degrees here, and you have 360 this direction. So the coordinate system for this doesn't work. So every single part of this data that you're looking at required the Earth to be a globe just to put it together.
Right.
So it is different.
The point is that the mainstream model we were all inundated with was that the Earth is a spinning globe. So the alternative is that the Earth is a stationary plane. And what always happens is the people that believe in the spinning globe, they want to avoid the burden of proof for both.
Oh, do we have a kitty? There, yes. This is Raccoon. She look at the camera. There you go. Good kitty. Of course, Penguin walks in, so that's gonna get her freaked out. Thank you.
Penguin.
Come on, get out. The garage door is open over there. Go, Pupper.
Sweetie.
Oh,
Donkey.
no, oh, Donkey. Oh, come get Donkey. Come get. All right, thank you.
Sorry.
Donkey wants to come in. He loves to sit under the desk. All right.
Both of those things, curvature and motion. And if they think they can say what's an eclipse, then somehow they don't have to explain all the evidence that shows the Earth's not a spinning globe. And that is illogical.
So of course, remember, all of the data that he's looking at requires the Earth to be a globe.
Austin, how do you explain eclipses? You brought it up. I didn't bring it up. So
Well,
I don't know.
This one up first. I mean, let's not jump topics here.
Okay, I'll shut up. You're right, Dave. Thanks for keeping me in line.
Yeah. You can go wherever you want after this, but no, this is what Austin relies on. This is why he's so incapable of doing.
But what does it
about,
supposedly prove? I'm sorry. So what does
That the Earth's in the center of the universe.
got it? Okay, Dave, respond.
Okay, so no, it absolutely doesn't. Otherwise, cosmologists would all agree that Earth was at the center of the universe. Right? This is all freely available information that you're finding on Wikipedia. If this demonstrated what you're saying it does, that would be the consensus among people who study this for a living. It is not, and that doesn't do what you're saying. You're just saying it does. This is what you do, right? You need to talk about esoteric aspects of modern physics because your viewers don't understand what you're talking about, and they just believe you, instead of talking about very simple things, like which I want to keep bringing you back to. Why is it that people looking in different directions can all see the Southern Cross at the same time? Very simple, intuitive things. These are what we should be discussing.
Sure. Okay. So hand wave dismissal, appeal to consensus, and appeal to
You're just lying about what
authority.
it says. You're just lying about what it says.
You said if it said what I said, all the experts would agree. The consensus is that there is no the consensus is that there's
homogeneous. The CMB is homogeneous. This is common knowledge.
The consensus is that there's no legitimate explanation that's agreed upon for it, and it was originally rejected and then redone and showed the same unexpected results, and then done again and shown the same unexpected results. That's the actual truth. There isn't a legitimate consensus answer from your paradigm. Doesn't matter. When you want to keep talking about the stars, you said look different directions.
This is the interesting thing here. Witsit, who doesn't have any knowledge of this, who hasn't looked at the actual data, he has not looked at the data. He wasn't involved. He has zero knowledge or background or depth in this topic at all. Zero. Absolute zero knowledge or depth. Right? He knows nothing more than the portion of the Wikipedia page he read and some fluff science, pop science articles that he read. That's it. That's all he has. Is he didn't look at the data. Yet he thinks he knows more about this topic than the people that looked at the data, than the people that worked on it, than the people that actually did the manipulation of the data, the analysis of it. He actually thinks he knows more about this topic than them. He doesn't. This is Dunning-Kruger, top left, misplaced hubris, the amount of pride that's just dripping from him to imagine that he could tell the people that worked on this what their conclusion has to be is disgusting. It's just disgusting. You have, and this isn't an appeal to credentials. This isn't an appeal to authority. This is, you didn't do any analysis of it. You don't understand the topic in the least. And you are imagining that you know it better than the people that actually do. You're imagining that you have a deep understanding of this topic. You don't. It's just a lie. That's what it is in the end. It's deception.
Just like when Dave Weiss was talking to you, he tried to tell you magnetic declination's a thing, and you called that jargon and said that wasn't a real thing. You're just making up words.
I didn't say he made it up. I just said he's saying magnetism for no reason because it's nothing to do with what I was talking about. How is magnetic declination going to allow you to see the same thing by looking in different directions? Explain. You go ahead. Go ahead and
You
ask
have to
the man what Weiss said.
We're going to see that you didn't follow him then either, and that is that you're talking about directions. You're invoking cardinal directions.
Mhm.
How do you determine your directions? So if you're going
This is great. Witsit thinks that people are not smart enough. He is, of course, but he thinks that other people are not smart enough to figure out what directions are. He thinks that people in the southern hemisphere are incapable of determining which way is south. That's what he thinks. Put this. This is the underlying assumption of this conversation he's having right now. That people aren't as smart as him to be able to figure out what direction is south.
to use a compass, according to your paradigm, when you get to the south, the magnetic declination gets way worse.
Why do I need a compass? Can't I use geographical phenomena? Can't I point in a particular geographical direction by known landmarks? Don't we know on a map?
How do you know the exact? First of all, when you're looking at the stars all the way to the Southern Cross, what known landmarks are you going to use?
Well, you know which way is due south because it's the center of rotation. That's one way to determine due south. There's another way to figure out your cardinal directions. Local solar noon. At local solar noon, you can go low tech, put a stick in the ground. When the shadow's the longest, that the shadow is pointing due south in the southern hemisphere, south of wherever the track of the sun is. So if you're in Brisbane, Australia, you can figure out due south. And Witsit actually thinks he has to actually think that the people that laid out the streets in Brisbane, Australia, when they made the ones that are due south and north south and due east west, right? Obviously not all of them are, but many of them are. He thinks that those people were so inept that they weren't able to figure it out. They didn't know. Witsit actually thinks that. Another way to do it is to use a handheld GPS device. Handheld GPS devices, when you move, are able to determine which direction is which. So that's another way to do it. So once you establish that, then you know the direction. But of course, this is a critical thing. The center of rotation is due south when you're in the southern hemisphere. That's it. The center of rotation of the stars is due south.
Anything on the tips of those continents. What are you talking about? You're standing at the tip of a southern continent. Look, I'll give you, let's say you're off by a degree or two. Okay, fine. We're looking a little bit this way, a little bit that way.
Well, I watched a little clip of this. I know. You pay attention. You see what lie Witsit's about to tell here. Tell me write in the comments when you hear the lie.
On the graphic that I showed you, they're looking in completely different directions, all seeing the Southern Cross at the same time. It doesn't make sense. You can't.
First of all, it's not a degree or two, Dave. It is dozens and dozens of degrees. If you go far enough south, it is actually 179 degrees at one point.
How far south?
So now, where did Dave talk about? Dave was talking about viewers in Australia, South America, South Africa. 179 degrees wrong? No. But here he makes a little bolder claim coming up.
South, very near the magnetic pole?
Yeah, in your paradigm, which your magnetic pole's in the ocean. But the point is...
Yeah. It's not your magnetic pole. It's the magnetic pole in reality. You don't get to pick where it is, and it's not part of a model. There's no model about where the magnetic pole is. That's like saying, where's the model for where your house is? Your house is where your house is. You don't have a model about that. So the South Magnetic Pole is actually truly, really, in reality, in the ocean south of Australia. You don't get to move it just because you don't want it to be there. That's where it is.
That the point is, dude, if you're going to say, I'm looking south for sure, you're relying on magnetic declination corrections. Okay.
No, you're not. There's multiple ways to figure that out.
But that's the point Dave was making. You hand wave dismissed it. It's just a fact.
I can go outside of my house and look north without looking at a compass because I know which way north is on a map. Do you use a compass every day to orient yourself? Or do you just know which way the cardinal directions are?
Yeah, but in the north, we have a Polaris to go off of, right?
No. Like on a map, on a street, walking around the street, you've got a grid of streets, you know which way is north. Do you need a compass to do that?
Well, actually, if you use the compass, it will show you different directions over time. I'm asking you, how do you verify south?
Use different directions over time? You mean like many years?
How do dude, how did you verify the exact cardinal direction of different geographical input? Okay, but let's just, anyway, you don't understand that point apparently, but it doesn't matter. Even
or
if
you're just desperately.
You don't understand that point. The hubris, the narcissism, the massive ego that Witsit is declaring that the people only ever use compasses to determine direction. No, there's other ways to do it. And then he's somehow, it has to be embedded in this, that magnetic declination is incorrect. He has this, that's what is underlying all of this.
Leap pivoting.
No, dude, you said that it wasn't a real thing, and now
I
you
didn't
think
say it wasn't a real thing. I said you're just bringing up magnetism for no reason because you think that's going to save you. It's almost verbatim what I said.
How else? You're saying the only other way to verify it is to look at geography.
Dude,
okay,
you're pretending that if I'm looking at what I know is south on a map, that I could somehow be pointing basically north or near north. Is that really how much of a distortion you think is physically possible when you're just using a map to look south?
You don't just use. Okay, I'm trying to explain to you that in your paradigm, in the south, the magnetic declination gets crazy. In theory, could that be true? Sure.
Where does it get crazy? How close to the magnetic
Below
pole
the
do you have to
equator,
get in
man.
order for it to get crazy? How close to the
Wherever
magnetic
you're viewing
pole?
the Southern Cross from is far enough south that the magnetic declination is a significant factor.
Is it though? Because it's not really that close to the magnetic pole.
No, but it can still be 40, 50 degrees magnetic
All right, 40, 50 degrees.
declination
No, it
in
couldn't.
your paradigm.
No, it
Yes,
couldn't.
you can go to magnetic-declination.com and look it up.
All right, I will. Oh, look at that. It's already here. He said 40 to 50 degrees. And where are we talking about? Well, Dave is talking about observers in South America. Well, let's see what the magnetic declination is in Ushuaia. Magnetic declination, 11 degrees, 50 minutes, 12 degrees. He said dozens and dozens. He said 40 to 50. 11. Round up to 12. Well, that's 1 dozen, not multiple dozens. Oops. Didn't work there. All right, let's go to Cape Town. Want to go to Cape Town? Magnetic declination, 25. Well, 2 dozens, but not 40 to 50, is it? Now, do you think that the people, the good people of Cape Town, are able to figure out which way is north and south? Well, let's have a look here. Let's see if they drew their things, all crooked. Let's see here. Oh, look at that! Look at that street. How is this street north south? Why isn't it 25 degrees off? Well, somehow they figured out which way is north south, didn't they? When they do, this is a nice bay here, right? Maybe there's a port. Is there a port here? Let's see. I don't know where ports are. Here you go. Here's a port. That's a small boat port, right? So when the boats go to that port there, how do they know how to get there if magnetic declination is so far off that they can't do anything, right? How did that happen? Well, here's a larger port. Look at these large ships here. How did they get there if magnetic declination is so far off? Obviously, they figured it out. Somehow they figured it out. All right. Well, there we go. We got 25 degrees there, but yet they somehow figured it out. Let's go over to. I chose this one because I know that around that side of Cape Town is one of the largest declinations around. So Perth area, we've got declination of -2, and Melbourne area, declination of 11, right? Sydney, declination of 13. So none of those are 40 or 50. So Witsit, where's the 40 or 50? And how are they incapable of figuring out what direction is what? Witsit thinks that he's so smart that he can figure out the cardinal directions, but nobody else can. He really thinks that he's smarter than everybody else in figuring out cardinal directions. The ego. The absolute ego.
The other thing is there's something called an azimuthal grid. So we actually see the world in a little azimuth grid. That's how we measure it, right? That's how we measure the stars. We take our zenith, and then we take elevation measurements down to our azimuth. So it gives you a little dome. Now, when you actually run this through a software, you will see that if you had a bunch of stars circling over top of you, and you had this little limit of...
It doesn't give you a dome just because you measure angles. There's angles don't include a distance.
Vision that was a dome, you'll actually see the stars appear to converge at a point where they're actually not converging and circle around that point. We have replicated it, so we actually expect it. The problem is we need to verify the exact cardinal direction to even put that input into the software to know for sure, to give you a flat Earth model you all beg for, and it is impossible to 100% verify the cardinal directions that far south. So
Hold on.
It is not impossible. What a dick. What an absolute dick. He actually thinks that the only way people can figure out cardinal directions is magnets, is a compass. That's it. He's that ignorant. Like I said, the longest shadow at local solar noon. Without any geography, without any communication, without a clock. you can figure these things out. Due south, the center of rotation at night, right? You can use the time-lapse camera to figure that out if you need. If you want, you could use some celestial navigation type techniques, right? And if you have fast communication, you can figure out, well, what time is it in Greenwich? Let me do the figuring on the sun's position to figure out which is the angle at different times. It's not impossible. It's not. Just stop grasping at that straw. It's stupid.
All right. Okay.
You
so
have
I'm
no
getting-
such model. You have no such thing, or you would have shown it. You would have all been celebrating it in all your videos. You can't.
We've
do
shown it. We have shown it.
Well, bring it up. I'm going to let you bring it up, Austin. I want to say this. Go ahead.
You know what he's not going to do? He's not going to bring up the model that answers the questions that he was pretending that he could answer.
Take a minute. Bring it up. I want to be respectful of everyone's time. So I wanted to keep this to, maybe 30. Are you guys okay with 30 more minutes? Is that okay? Or
Yeah.
20, 30?
20, yeah.
Okay. So are you guys okay with, I want to just pull the pin on a grenade, chuck it in and back out and let you guys go at it because I'm getting yelled at for interrupting too much. But also, would you guys be okay with the last 10 minutes of the show? We looked at some viewer questions. Is that okay? So can we do
Sure.
20, are you guys okay with 25 more minutes or no?
Yeah.
I am.
there.
It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. But I just to
No,
me,
wait,
look,
wait. Hold on. You good with 25 more minutes?
Yeah.
Austin, Dave. Okay. So I want to let everyone know. Hey, again, I'm getting a lot of shit for being, maybe interrupting too much, but I just want to let people. I try to pick my spots, but what matters most is that these two gentlemen spent Saturday evening with me. 3 dudes on a date on Saturday night. We obviously could have been out there slaying puss like incredible chads like we are. But make sure you check out their channels in the description below. Witsit Gets It has obviously a wide variety of content available, as well as Professor Dave. Please support their channels, and please, independently if they have Patreons or whatever, support them directly. Obviously everyone's pissed that I haven't brought up the ice wall, the edge of the dome. That's the last thing I want to end on. But I did want to ask you about this video. I'm a big SpaceX guy. I'm a big, I'm a big space guy. We're on SpaceX right now. Starlink. I know. Sorry. I know.
it's a lot of it's fake, brother. Sorry.
Yeah, I know. Well, that's what people say. So when we watch this, I won't watch it, but right. So this was the space jump, right? We can obviously see the Earth is digitally or not curved, right? This guy, jumps out. This is when I think flat Earth. I've actually, because I watch this video like in real time because I'm a space dork. Keep that in mind when we discuss. Not that my opinion matters. It's where the viewers' opinions that matter. And then I'll ask them in 5 minutes. So I want to bring up the conversation. Actually, you know what? Is there something that either one of you, Dave or Austin, that you really want to, like, I fucked up, but I didn't talk about it? Because you've already given a bunch of your time. Should we not talk about the ice wall and the edge of the dome?
Well, I think I already addressed that. We can't really probably explore there. It's the highest elevation in the world.
That's the edge we talk about.
You
Yeah.
can all go to
Well, you can't
South
fall off the edge of a lake or a pond. We don't know what's beyond it. Could there be more land? Sure. Could there be something containing it that touches down? Sure. We literally can't freely and privately explore it, so we don't know. It's kind of like saying, do you fall off the edge of a lake though? Like, no, Antarctica would serve as the shore.
Make sure you go to the South Pole with Will. Make sure you get over there.
I'm in. So
Can we address the Felix thing though, since you brought it up?
Go ahead.
Okay, so
He's
I
talking
guess-
about the diver, right? The Felix.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
So it looks like the Earth.
And this is a common global thing where they'll take a fisheye lens or a barrel distorted lens that shows the curve is heavily distorted, and it's weak. I wish people wouldn't do that. That's not the curve of the Earth. It's the lens that you're seeing there.
Is a ball, obviously, an extremely small ball.
He's in lower Earth orbit here. He's not.
No, he's not.
He's not in orbit. Oh my gosh, this guy's not bright.
He's 180,000 feet up, so that's actually very low. And
I think he's only 120. Right? I don't think he's 180. It doesn't matter much.
was sponsored. This is sponsored by GoPro. So this is a GoPro fisheye lens. If you look at the video, the angle from inside the cockpit or whatever you want to call it, you can actually see the horizon's flat. So Neil deGrasse Tyson himself came out and addressed this idea that like people think that Felix was so high that he could see the curvature of the Earth.
That's from the cockpit. That doesn't look.
That's not from the cockpit. Oh my gosh. Ugh. And of course, bringing up Neil deGrasse Tyson, of course, who says the Earth is a globe, first law of Flurf, but Neil did not do any analysis of it, number one. Number two, Felix said he saw the curve of the Earth with his own eyes, and Felix was there, Neil was not.
flat.
No, that's not. That's from outside. Still using the GoPro.
Well, that's
Now, look,
exaggerated.
you can
We
prove.
can admit that is exaggerated curvature.
Yeah,
Yeah, because it's on a.
The
it's on a
curvature's still
squish-
there.
Yeah, it's on a squish.
Well, you say
like-
that, okay, but according to even Neil deGrasse Tyson, you would never see the curvature of the Earth from that height because you'd only be 2 millimeters above a typical blown up beach ball or whatever. But
What about that?
the point that's important here is I've heard Dave say, and I don't watch Dave, so I'll be honest with you, bro, but like I listened to a few minutes of it earlier.
You should.
I heard you say
watch
something.
You should watch your debunkers, dude. That's time well spent.
No, I've watched some of his older stuff. Okay, it's all the same stuff, bro. But anyway, so this is the problem.
That's obliterating your position.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, with all strawmans. But look, this is what I want to point out. Dave said that this guy was in his balloon and it maintained the momentum due to the conservation of momentum with the spin of the Earth. So when he fell out, he maintained that momentum.
Yeah.
Felix Baumgartner landed like dozens of miles in the opposite direction.
Witsit doesn't understand wind. Poor guy. Poor little baby Witsit doesn't understand that wind exists. Oh, what a little toddler he is.
Well, he accelerated though. When you watch this,
Oh, shut up, quartering. He's not bright. Shut up.
he did not. I mean, he did not maintain his position, right?
Yeah, but if you're spinning underneath him, why would he fall in the opposite direction?
In the opposite direction. What's going
Wind. Witsit, wind exists.
on while he's falling? Is there no interaction with the atmosphere? Is there absolutely no change in what's going on?
Well, there's not much atmos up that high. You could say once he got down, he started drifting, if that's what you want to claim. I mean, I actually looked at the weather data. It seemed like there wasn't much wind. I'm pointing out that your claim that he was just following the Earth is patently false. He fell like 40 miles in the wrong direction.
Okay, well, on a
That
flat
isn't
Earth, you're supposed
curvature
to
of
be
Earth.
going straight up and straight down, so it actually obliterates your position. I don't know what you're gloating about here.
Good job.
What?
I didn't know this
On
was
a flat Earth,
flat
you're
Earth
going
video.
straight up
I
and
didn't know
straight
that.
down. Why would there be any discrepancy in where he lands if it was a flat Earth?
Okay, it wouldn't obliterate my position. We can both agree now it has something to do with wind, and your claim that he was just falling with the Earth is ridiculous and stupid
just
and
like satellites,
not true.
Ridiculous and stupid. That's obscene. But I think much more importantly,
That was your
what
claim,
you absolutely can't explain is why that guy fell down.
Oh my gosh.
Oh my god!
Yeah,
Oh, the
because
gravity
he-
correlation.
Electric
I
gravity.
forgot.
Let's
talk
do
about
electric gravity.
Yeah,
Let's talk about it. Let's.
All right. Before we do the gravity. Oh. I got a few super chats here to catch up on. Wow. You guys are great. Aaron Reese says, so we've established there's a possibility of feet picks and now we're just negotiating price. Sweet. Oh my gosh. iSolder64 says, go look it up. Do my work for me. You know what? The quartering said he was going to do is let Witsit bring up the model. He didn't. Never does. Never will. So iSolder74 says fallacies are not a win, just an angle of attack. Yeah, I mean, evidence is evidence. Crying about fallacies is not does not change evidence, right? When you really get focused on fallacy stuff, it's just a way to avoid dealing with a lack of evidence, right? I'm not saying don't call out fallacies, but you know, when Witsit just starts rambling off, you know, that's him trying to avoid addressing the problems of flat Earth, the lack of evidence. Lord Illuminous Poo says you're stuck in an elevator with Oakley, Witsit, and Thompson with a gun, but one bullet. How do you get them to stand in a line? Naughty. Oh, that reminds me. Aaron Reese. You did a comment that I think last week. It's about a wood chipper in Antarctica and Fargo. Don't do that. Just remember, this one reminded me of that. Let's not be those people. Let the flurfs be that, right? I got a page on my website. Search for evil. You'll find flat earthers saying those things. Let's let them be the ones saying those things, please. The Sun Express says, you mean to tell us, folks, there's no mctoon.net/sexy/tittycacas? Sorry, there is not at this time. Arnold says the quartering may have interesting content on his channel overall, but I truly believe he did well moderating this. So far, it's okay. He gets a little rambly, and he was trying to engage Witsit a little bit there, which Yeah, and he's bringing up the Red Bull jump. Like, what about this one? What about this one? Like, yeah, that. Jeez. Like, try to have a little more background in the topic, right? Globers also say, well, you never want a plane, you see the curve from a plane. You can't see the left to right curve from a plane window unless you're, really high, or maybe if you're in the cockpit at, 40,000 feet or something. But you can see the effects of curve. You can measure the dip of the horizon with the Theodolite app on your phone, even though some people disagree. Just make sure it's not while it's banking. And if you really want, you can record video of it, so you can get significantly enough long time that if it was banking, it could not be banking anymore. So Lord Illuminous Pooh says they actually use the dead bodies as landmarks on Mount Everest. Yes, they do. I've looked at some of the the pictures of, and yeah, they're it's kind of disturbing. And it's a good, it keeps you on point. Like, you don't want to be a landmark. Don't be a landmark, right? iSolder74 says, proof surrogate. I know a guy who worked at NASA. Yeah, so the reason why they do that is because he said, this guy, David Beverly, is not the one that died. He said that something to the effect of he didn't see the 24-hour sun because it was cloudy the whole time, but it was light. There was always light, and they're like, oh, coffee cup caustic. And of course, back to the coffee cup caustic, they're like, they're like, that's the explanation for the light being there, but not seeing the sun. But that doesn't make sense, because if the light's starting here, bouncing off the wall, and then going down to the observer to illuminate their area, you would see the sun reflecting off of it. You wouldn't just have light from nowhere. Light comes from somewhere. You would see where it comes from, unless, like at twilight, you see it coming up from over the horizon because of scattering. That's different, right? That wouldn't illuminate the whole sky. It would just illuminate one area of it. So that's crazy. So, all right. Arnold says Antarctic treaty requires one NASA janitor per trip. It's funny. Yeah, it's in the treaty. iSolder674 says moving the goalposts. That was about going to Antarctica. Yeah, he was squirming a little bit there. I have the courage to say, look, if the observation when they go to Antarctica contradicts the globe, I will say the Earth is flat. I'll give you that. I'm bold enough, I'm confident enough to say that. Will any flat earther say that? I'll delete all my videos. And I'll have one video up on my channel saying that the Earth is flat. Will any flat earther do that? I'm working on it. Maybe tomorrow I'll have the video out of what I will actually commit to. We'll see. Will they do it? I don't think so. But all right. BTF Wayne says, if you believe in flat Earth, you'll buy any BS. That's true. That's true. So some people thought that Dave was a little mean in this. He's like, oh, he was mean to Witsit. I'm a flat earther now. Well, this is a new tactic that flat earthers are doing. They'll go to some debate or someplace where a flat earther was mean. They're not. They're already flat earthers. And they'll just go comment, well, he was so mean that I'm a flat earther now. You're just lying. You were a flat earther before. You also see, and I don't know if these are legit or not, a couple on this comment here, comments on this debate. Some people saying, well, I'm a glober and Dave was so mean that I'm considering flat Earth. If you are so easily swayed that you would not consider scientific evidence for the shape of the Earth, but instead you would consider this guy was mean for the shape of the Earth, I want you to believe in flat Earth. If you are that person, right? I want you off the team. So, okay, go ahead. He was mean, so you left, so you think the Earth is flat. Go. Right? This is not the team for you. The team that says the Earth is not flat is the smart people team. And if you're saying that you're going to consider the other team because somebody said mean words in a mean way, don't want you. You're not a critical thinker. You're easily fooled. You're gullible. You're easily indoctrinated. Go away. So yeah, I'm glad for you to accept it. It's a way of publicly declaring that you're not smart. Some people will say that's mean. Yeah, it probably is. Yeah, it's mean to say when you declare that you think the Earth is flat, you are publicly declaring that you're not smart. It's simple. It's simple. Here's your dirt pizza, right? Here's the sun right here at the tip of my finger. Everybody on flat Earth all the time, no matter what, would see the sun. There's nothing between the sun and every single point on the Earth. There would never be night. Oh, but it went so far away. How far is too far on this? Tell me, what's too far? And how is it that the stars can be embedded in the dome and we see them but not the sun? And how is it that if it's a coffee cup caustic, that it's so far away that you couldn't see it that direction, but it's farther to bounce it off of the dome and go all the way across it that's even farther, and you can see that? It's so far away. Okay, you're too stupid. You're too stupid. You belong on that team if that's what's swaying you. Right? You're making decisions based on emotions. You can go. Chop, chop, get out. Earthly Skeptic says the six-figure job was 66.6 degrees and 66,000 miles. Solder74 says he's only looked at the headline of the CMB. Yeah. The first debate I had with him, he talked about it. Right? The first debate. And he's like, the axis of evil. And they said the axis of evil. The axis of evil. What the axis of evil is? Well, they think the axis. Like, it's just a name. It's not actually something that's evil. It's just the name. iSolder64. Oh, I already read that about the headline. Then again, it says, well, we know he can't use the stars to find north-south. Crux is used for a reason. Yeah, you can't look. It's in the north you can, because the Polaris is half a degree off the center. So you can, if your precision requires only half a degree, you can identify north. But when looking south, there isn't a star really close that's bright, that's near the center of rotation. So you've got Sigma Octantis, which is not very bright. So, but the crux, the Southern Cross, that is south-ish for most people. Well, for everybody, but it's not really close to the center of rotation. So, but it's far enough south that you can't see all of it from the northern hemisphere, if I remember correctly. So, Zach Morgan for $4.99 says Professor Dave and MC Toon versus Nathan Thompson and Austin Witsit. This needs to happen. It won't, though, because they know MC Toon will destroy them. Yeah, Witsit has retired from debating me because I know all of his I know his shtick. And Thompson is really scared. He is always, every time I've challenged him, he's always asked for money, which is one of the coward's live defense Coward's live debate defense tactics. Right there. Blocking, there is no debate. Someone else already demolished. Demanding a concession. You're a shill. Pay me. Right? Why would anybody pay Nathan Thompson to debate? Does he have some sort of credentials that he gets paid for appearances on the topic? Does he? Right? He after getting kicked off the Flat Earth reservation, he still thinks that. It was just a couple months ago, and he ran away. The coward knows there's no value in paying them, so nobody would pay them. Easy escape. But yeah, I would love to have another opportunity, but they won't. They keep running. Austin has until December, and then he's out of Flat Earth, because he's said enough times what's necessary to be said to never be able to be taken as anything other than a liar after he goes to Antarctica, or after anybody goes to Antarctica and brings back video of the 24-hour sun. So Busload UK for £4.99 says, "Hey Witless, it's good to have an open mind, but not so open your brain falls out." Larry Scott says, "Union Glacier, magnetic declination 37 degrees. So it's 80 degrees south, 80 degrees west." So it's harder in when you're at Union Glacier to determine, without using GPS and without using a magnetic compass, which way is due north or south, to get your cardinal directions. One way to do it again is to use a stick in the ground, and when it's at its longest, then you put a mark. So as it gets close to local solar noon, you just put a mark every couple minutes, and then once it gets its longest, then it will start getting short again, and so then you know that is local solar noon. That is the direction of north-south. So that's how you can do it there. And of course, then 12 hours later, you'll look due south and see the sun up above the horizon. So you could also do it the same way there. You could say, well, when it's at its shortest, it will be pointing due north. So there's the other way to do it. You could do both of them to get confirmation north and south. Lord Illuminous Pooh says, MC2.net/evil feet pics. Oh my gosh. Aaron Reese says, "You knew I was evil when you let me in." Pazuzu. All right. Dr. Nimrod says, "MC Toon, don't litter in Antarctica. This is why we can't go there. Not because we will anger the NASA laser-eyed penguin overlords." Yep. But at least you won't have to worry about Dave Murphy, leaving his urine there. We're covered with that. I've never seen such behavior in the war room before, says, "Commit to having to be fed like a baby bird." If Antarctica trip goes one way, I don't think that's going to be on the menu of things I'll commit to. XPenguin95 says, "Ever see the audit YouTube on Witsit? He scored an F and was called uneducated. Accurate?" Yes, that's a fantastic video. That was where Austin went to Mount Rushmore and was trying to use, right at the top there, if you've been to Mount Rushmore, there's a pavilion at the top where people kind of mill around and stuff, and there's a place you can eat, and there's a gift shop, and then you go toward Mount Rushmore, where the faces are, right, and then there's like this big amphitheater for seating. So they do a show a couple times a day. And so he's up at the top at the pavilion there with amplified microphone saying things, and the people like, "You can't use an amplifier here. We have places for you to do that, you can go over, to these places and do it there. Or you can just not use your amplifier here. And he's like, no, and so they got arrested, and he lost, to my knowledge, he lost the suit and had a fine. So, but yeah, the audit. So the story is, and I don't know if this is correct, but it sounds right, that Austin sent the video to audit the audit, thinking that he was so good at being a First Amendment auditor, and audit the audit said, nope, you suck. iSolder74 says, well, he said they also need to fly over the South Pole or he can dismiss it. He already has his out ready. So, yes, but there's a couple things, right? That there's lots of here's how it has to be, right? So they, for some reason, it's a goalpost move. It's what it is. So let me get this here and we'll look at this. Do a couple things while I have it here. So there you go. So here's the Dirt Pizza map. So for some reason they think, well, all right, so here's the one. So Dave had been talking about when you're here and you look due south, you see the south center of rotation. And when you're here, you look south, you see the center of rotation. And when you're here and you look south, you see the center of rotation. And you can do it simultaneously. It's even more than that. From sundown to sunup, the center of rotation is always due south. It does not move laterally at all, ever, for all of these locations. For everyone that's ever seen the center of rotation that's been south of the equator by 1 degree, the center of rotation of the South Celestial Pole is always absolute due south from sundown to sunrise. That's impossible on this dirt pizza. Totally impossible. Doesn't work. Can't work. They don't have anything to explain it other than it's seriously, it's this. It's word salad. That's the only thing that they have. This I got to tell you, this is good dressing. This is pretty good dressing. What is it? Is it bouncing off the dome in the coffee cup caustic? Well, that doesn't explain anything because what are you looking at? It's even worse than the coffee cup caustic because you're looking due south here, right? And you see the center of rotation. What are you looking at? What's the reflection? See, the coffee cup caustic contradicts this because it's not, there is, if you're like, well, it's the sun. You're looking at the sun. It's reflected off the dome. Okay, but what are you looking at here? That's rotating. It's rotating the opposite direction. Well, you're not looking at the North Pole. The stars are different. I don't know what it is. There is no explanation for it. But then, all right, so the other thing, they're like, well, you needed to fly over the coast. So Dearth wants to fly over the coast, right? Of course, this is what he wants to do. He wants to fly like that. That's very expensive, of course. So it's one of the things that science deniers do is they have an unreasonably high requirement. They're like, well, that's the only thing I'll accept. Really? Okay, well then you're obviously dishonest, right? If the only thing you'll accept is a flight, because you could go get a boat, right? And do you have to be in it? Does everybody else have to be in it? Or could somebody have done it? Could multiple people have done it, right? There's a race that happens every year. It starts in France, up here, right? And it goes south, and it's I don't know what direction it goes first, but it goes around. I think it goes this direction first. Yeah, it goes around and comes back. But the amount of time it takes cannot work for the boat that they're using. and the number of miles that they would have to be moving. So that boat, these are sailboats, the boat would have to be going faster. Its average speed would have to be faster than the top speed that any one of those boats has ever done. Think about that. A higher average speed than the top speed ever attained. So you won't accept that, but you'll accept video from somebody else. So that's the dual standard of evidence. That's the third law of Flerf. So dishonest again. Anyway, so why do they want to do this this go straight south? So they're like, well, I would only accept, this is just another goalpost move. I would only accept following, and then they just pick a line of latitude or longitude. This one for some reason gets picked a lot. They're like, I would only take this right here from this one, and then it would have to come out here, and you'd have to show up there, right? Or maybe they'll do this one here where it comes in towards Perth, right? And the other one's here. So one of these two lines of longitude, they'd say you have to do. Why would that have to? What is that? Could it not be? Let's start here, and let's take a route from here to Perth, right? Which has happened. It's QF14. Let's take that route there, and see if it works on a flat Earth or not. Of course, it doesn't. And does it have to go straight over? Of course, it doesn't have to go straight over. That's just a straw grasp, you know. So, all right. Vicadux says, half a day there in the Antarctic. Witsit, will you go? Okay, F this. Earth's ball. I believe you. Please, please, please take me home now. Yeah, I mean, he's. I live in Minnesota. Winters are cold. I'm used to it. Witsit grew up in Tennessee. Winters there are nothing like here. Winters there are nice compared to here. So, all right, let's see what they have to say about gravity. And then I'm probably going to have to pick this up on Thursday. We'll see.
Yeah, because he has weights when he's more dense in the air, and he went down.
What is weight?
It is mass times gravity. Mass is volume times density times downward acceleration. Gravity is little g, which is just downward acceleration, 9.8 meters per second square, which you falsely claim that we can't derive, but you can do that with a kinematic equation, strictly a kinematic.
Oh my gosh. So the magnitude of gravity is predicted with the globe by taking the mass of the Earth and the law of gravitation, F equals G m1 m2 over r squared, and solving for the second law of motion, F equals ma, and it gives you acceleration, or G, equals big G, the gravitational constant, times the mass of the Earth over r squared. You'll notice that the mass of the object isn't in there anymore. So to get the acceleration on an object, you only need to know how far that object is from the center of the Earth and the mass of the Earth. And that gets you 9.8. And if you want to get more precise, then you can include the rotation of the Earth, the centrifugal force. So Austin says, oh, you could just use a kinematic equation to do it. But the kinematic equation is how you measure G, how you measure the downward acceleration. The challenge is that Flat Earth can't do is to derive the magnitude based on the physics of what you're saying causes the downward acceleration. We can do that using the globe and gravity. You cannot do it using kinematic equation because that's how you measure it. You can, by diverting to the kinematic, you're admitting that you cannot do it using whatever explanation you are trying to use for flat Earth. It's an admission.
Kinematic equation.
Get me 9.81 meters per second squared without using the mass of the Earth.
Literally, you can do it with a kinematic equation. It's also been done with
see it. Where is it?
Yeah, initial height, velocity, and time will give you the same exact 9.8 meter second value. That's just the effect. Did you know that 9.8 meters per second squared is just the effect? It isn't even like the claimed cause.
That's what we're talking about. The cause is gravity. You say it's something else. What is it, and how did it get to be 9.8?
What do you mean the claim?
So-
It's a value. It's an acceleration due to the mass of the Earth. That's why G changes
Right.
with radius, with elevation on different celestial bodies. That's why G is different on the moon. It's different on Mars. You think that's all fake, of course. But yeah. So, very, very simply, you cannot explain why things fall down. You just can't do it.
I can.
No,
Yeah.
you can't.
Everything. It's more dense than the air, and so the question would be,
So
why is there up?
Why does it go down?
Why is it down? That's your
It's
question.
less dense too. The air above it is less dense. Should fall up.
Why is it? What?
The
Dude,
air
Yeah, absolutely. If it's about density, there's less resistance up because there's less pressure up. Should go up if that's what's causing it.
of an
you're
object.
more dense than the air. It doesn't matter if the air above you is less dense than the air
Well,
below.
why does it go
it.
down? This air is less dense. In fact, this air is even less dense than this air. Why does it go
Okay,
up?
why would that mean it goes down?
What do you mean, why does that mean? Because the mass of the Earth. The mass of the Earth is the things fall. The reason
You
that things
don't,
fall down.
dude.
Dude,
Helium. Why does helium rise?
Because it's less dense than air.
There you go. It's less dense than the other air. Okay.
Gravity pulls the air
Okay.
down more than the helium.
That's
It's the
what
same
you
reason
think.
a beach ball goes up in the air, in the water.
You're just reifying your belief, and this is what's even funnier.
Reify.
Yeah,
How is it
listen, dude.
reification? I'm not doing anything abstract and turning it.
Yeah, because you have a
concrete.
concept. You have a concept of gravity in your mind, and you're attributing concreteness to it, and just assuming it's true by treating the concept as
to
if it's
assume
actual.
anything, because I know that it's exclusively an effect based on mass and not electromagnetism, as you pretend. You absolutely cannot use electromagnetism to explain anything that gravity explains. You can't.
I never said electromagnetism. There's a downward electric current on the Earth. There's actually another falsification.
He says, I never said electromagnetism. And then the rest of the sentence is about electromagnetism. He doesn't understand that electromagnetism is the topic he just brought up. He literally, truly, absolutely doesn't understand that electromagnetism is what he's talking about. What can I say to somebody who says that? Is he stupid? You have to be stupid to say that, or lying. But I think he's stupid in this. He actually thinks that electromagnetism is not what he's talking about somehow. Here. I got my book. Hold on. There it is. Foundations of Electromagnetic Theory. Right? And right here, the $2 bill is bookmarking the electrostatic potential. Electrostatic is part of electromagnetism. Witsit has never studied this topic, is completely ignorant of this topic. So much that he doesn't even understand that electrostatics is part of electromagnetism.
Of the globe. We have a
electricity
uniform.
and magnetism are not part of the same thing. What do you mean, not electromagnetism?
We have a vertical electric field on the Earth, and it has a 100 volt per meter increase. It's equipotential increase. It's a vertical.
It's not equipotential. It's non-equa. It varies.
It's
electric field. It's a vertical electric field, and it's uniform. And so we have.
It's not uniform. Oh my gosh. Is his own. It's his own citation is the Feynman Lectures on Physics, Volume 2, Part 9, Section 1, last paragraph. Having suggested we can now measure the electric field in the atmosphere, now continues our description of it. Measurements show, first of all, that the field continues to exist, but it gets weaker as one goes up to high altitudes. It's not equipotential. It's not uniform. It's the opposite of uniform. It's the opposite of equipotential.
We have 100 volts per meter. Now that's
uniform.
impossible. That's impossible.
It's not
does it increase 100 volts per meter?
No, it dissipates with elevation, which is why Felix can't be falling down due to electromagnetism.
Does it increase 100 volts per meter?
For
No.
like 100 meters. And then
No,
there's the
no.
dissipation.
No, your model claims
way
it's
up,
up to like 50
electrostatic field
miles.
in there. Okay, look.
There's no model claiming. This is a measurement-based thing, dummy. Models don't... A measurement isn't a model. But here it is. This is your citation, Witsit, that you always go to. It's always about Feynman here. Goes up, gets weaker at high altitude by 50 kilometers. The field is very small. It's not model, it's a measurement.
Even if whatever
You're so
you wanna say
wrong
with
about
that,
everything.
why doesn't anything fall up? Austin, why doesn't anything fall up?
I
Electromagnetism is both attractive and repulsive, right? So some things are attracted to the Earth. Why isn't anything repelled from the Earth? Why doesn't it fall up to the other Gaussian surface or whatever you want to talk about? Why doesn't anything fall up?
So first of all, so radial distribution of a sphere would not allow you to have equipotential parallel surfaces that are.
But they're not equipotential again. They're non. Gets weaker. It gets weaker. Could somebody tell Witsit, hey, read your own citation, idiot? It gets weaker. It's not equipotential.
They're 100 volts per meter.
Why does
No, I'm finishing my point. Then I'm just letting the audience hear the conclusion of the point.
Let him answer. Let him answer.
So that's the conclusion of the point that Dave previously avoided, which is that radial distribution of a sphere could not replicate what we have on the Earth. But you said, why don't things go up? You mentioned my middle school experiment, or whatever you called it, right? Where I actually made something lift, and I did it with iron filings. I did it with multiple different materials.
He didn't show us iron filings. He just said iron filings.
Even insulators. So you said.
Even insulators. Amazing. Even insulators. Conductors won't do that.
That doesn't count, and I can't make big objects.
Yeah,
I can't make big. Okay.
Hey,
Did you know that physics
the
scales?
bigger an object is, the more charged particles there are in it, right? So the effect should be greater. Why can't you do it with a rock or a person? Why don't we see anything fall up ever?
Because you would have to increase the amount of, say, electrostatics you introduce proportionate to its weight, which is, again, mass, which is volume times density relative to the pressure mediation of the atmos. Wait. My question is,
Yum.
Dude, what did I say that was word salad?
All of it. You're just saying
All
words.
of it.
I'm asking you.
Yeah, you're
don't
just saying
fall
words.
Up. In a field, particles of opposite charges are accelerated in opposite directions, right? So why can't you make anything fall up? Why doesn't anything on the Earth fall up? It's a very simple question.
I'm trying to explain it.
A lot of people fail up. I'm just saying.
Fail up.
Yeah. I'm trying to make it. It's really a simple concept. So when you have something that has weight, that's volume times density. Okay, that's mass, and then volume times density times acceleration. Little g is just downward acceleration, just an effect. So whenever that's the case, that pressure mediates
acceleration due to gravity.
That's what you guys believe. That's what he thinks. Okay. Little g is just the effect. It isn't exclusive to any belief. Okay. Well, everyone keeps invoking little g as if it's proof of, I guess, the bending and warping of space and time or whatever.
You don't even have to go with electricity. Or,
I know you can't go that route. Trust me. We know.
Well, no, you can. Relativity is one of the most corroborated theories in the history of science, but it doesn't matter.
No, it's not.
You can just use Newton. Well, it is.
It was falsified in 1933. Fritz Zwicky was off by 99%.
Definitely, it was never
Let
falsified.
me ask this question, dude. It's a simple question. You said that
Fritz Zwicky. This is great. Off by 99%. So this is what he's talking about. There is he's talking about what eventually came to be hypothesized as dark matter. So Fritz Zwicky was before Vera Rubin in identifying the discrepancy in the speed of a galactic rotation. Now, so let's just make sure that we understand this. Witsit, who thinks that the Earth is flat and that the sun and moon are local and everything in the sky is local embedded in the dome, right? Says that he thinks that relativity was falsified by Fritz Zwicky when he looked at galaxies that are millions of light years away, and there billions of stars in these galaxies, and these stars that have incredibly massive masses, incredibly large masses, that they're all this super far away, and they were rotating. While they were rotating due to gravity around the center, they were rotating at a different rate than was predicted by the magnitude of mass that was determined to be in those galaxies that are many, many light years away. Therefore, Earth flat. Think about that. One more instance of every single part of his attempted explanation requires the Earth to be a globe first before that evidence was collected. Seriously, think about that. He completely is ignoring the complete absolute destruction of flat Earth that is necessary for this observation to have been made. Then he says it falsified relativity. It falsified Einstein's field equations. It falsified the bending of light. It falsified the existence of black holes. It falsified the prediction of Mercury's perihelion progression of the orbit of Mercury. It falsified gravitational redshift. No, it didn't. Here's what he thinks it did. He thinks that because the galaxies are rotating at the wrong rate, that the rate of rotation falsified relativity. No. What it did is it identified that something about that isn't fully understood. Just that aspect of it. Is there mass that we're not able to see? Could be. Is there a misunderstanding of the effects of the bending and warping of space-time at larger distances? Maybe. Could it be that the observation wasn't correct? Could be. Right? There's a bunch of different possibilities of what actually is happening there. But at none of those times did anybody contemporary to Fritz Zwicky or anybody since then that's actually looked at the data, analyzed the data, things that Witsit never did the work in the actual field and come to an understanding of the topic, a full, deep understanding of the topic, and say, oh, well, I think that falsified relativity. No. Nobody has ever done that and said that they think that it falsified relativity. To my knowledge, maybe somebody has, but to my knowledge, that's not happened. And here is Witsit, who doesn't understand the topic, who has not looked into it, who's never done an application of Einstein's field equations, who's never actually looked at the data that Zwicky did, or that Vera Rubin did or obtained. He's never done his own observations. Not that you'd have to, but you definitely would have to do the analysis, and he's never done that. And here he is, the massive narcissistic ego, thinking that he understands those topics. He understands the data that he's never looked at better than everybody else that's looked at the data. Yeah, the pride, the ego, the hubris. No, Austin, you don't understand that topic. You have no place at the table to have a discussion on this topic.
My experiment doesn't do anything. In reality, what I did was manipulate the electric field, and then it caused the objects to go up, even though that they were heavier than the air.
What you did was apply an enormous electric field to overwhelm the effects of gravity. You took a different force, electromagnetism, to overwhelm gravity for a teeny tiny little object,
Right.
Once again, what I just said, a very massive object, a lot of matter, has more charged particles. In my body, there are many, many more charged particles than a tiny piece of styrofoam.
What about...
So this is a good point that I've not brought up before, and I hadn't even considered before Dave brought it up. Right? Austin said, and the reason why is Austin says it sets the bias. Over and over he says it sets the bias, the electrostatic. He says there's an upward electrostatic charge or flow. Well, that's not actually how electrostatics... Sorry, downward. He says it's a downward flow. That's not actually how an electrostatic field works. An electrostatic field doesn't have movement. As soon as it has movements, it's not static, right? It's in the name, right? Obviously, in real world, in meat space, nothing is perfect. So there are things that are actually flowing. But if you're going to talk about actual particles moving, when electricity does flow, right? If an electrostatic field does have movement, what is moving in an electrostatic field? Electrons. So So Austin says that there's a Gaussian surface. He mispronounces it because he's never studied the topic. He says there's a Gaussian surface here and another Gaussian surface here. And somehow he's described a capacitor, and that somehow there's a downward electric flow, as he says, from this one to that one. And that's what causes things to go down. That's what sets the bias. Now Dave said, well, I have more mass, more electrostatics in my body than that little piece of styrofoam. So since I have more, then it should not require a larger electrostatic field. It should require a smaller electrostatic field, because Austin's claim is that the direction is set by the electrostatics, not by mass pulling it down. So since our bodies have more atoms, therefore more electrostatic opportunities, then we should be more accelerated up, more affected by the electrostatic field that he put on. But he put 200,000 volts on this thing, and he could only get a little piece of styrofoam to go. Flat earthers do this constantly when they talk about gravity. They are incapable of understanding that multiple forces can act on an object simultaneously. You didn't debunk gravity by applying another force and overwhelming gravity. All that you did was show that adding vectors is a thing. That's it. So, Layer Scott, is the audio breaking up, or is it just me? I don't know. Is it is the audio breaking up for people? All right. I Soldier 74 says kinematics, aka Galileo and Newton. Oops. Yeah. Did you try restart as a message, but it was retracted? Don't know why, but to tag me and I will. I'll read it if I see your tag. So. All right. Stringer News 1 says adding vectors is not a thing for people who can do no math. Well, yes, Austin. And you get that often with flat earthers, like, we're moving through the galaxy at 4 different motions at the same time. How is that possible? And you don't even feel it. Well, no. You're moving at 1. You just add them. So yeah, we're moving at 1 velocity, and right. And it's consistent velocity. The change is very small over time. And for example, the Earth is in free fall around the sun, so you don't feel that. When you're in free fall, the forces equalize. The centrifugal force and the centripetal force are the same, and they cancel. So you never experience any of those forces because you're in free fall. So Glenn Hughes says, has he claimed silhouettes don't refract? Yes, he did. He did earlier. Of course they do, because they're made of light. And light refracts. How could you not understand that? That's really stupid. There's no other word I can think of that more appropriately describes somebody who doesn't understand that silhouettes are light and light refracts. I Solder 74 says, can I wave my book too? Well, what book do you have? Yes, wave it in front of the screen. I don't think we will see it, but tell me what it is that you're waving, because I want to know. Battle Against Misinformation says, Witsit's dome comes down at the edge of flat Earth. Didn't he say the plane is infinite? Then he demoed a light outside his dome to explain daylight. Oh yes, this is a fourth law of Flurf contradiction, right? He says it's infinite, but then he talks about the coffee cup caustic, which has a hard barrier, so it can't be infinite and coffee cup caustic at the same time. He also then put that acrylic dome over the flat Earth, which isn't the coffee cup caustic, contradicting that. He says that the sun is over the Tropic of Capricorn on December 21st, but its coffee cup caustic has it outside the ice wall, contradicting flat Earth. Right? Every single explanation for flat Earth contradicts some other explanation. There is nothing that doesn't contradict something else that they try to do. It's absolutely ridiculous. That it's a comedy of errors, and for them to not see it is just, it's such a sweet thing to just watch them contradict everything about the precious dirt pizza every time that they come up with a new straw grasp explanation. Icy Spin says, I can't imagine the money of keeping the dome crystal clear. Well, it's dirt repellent, obviously, because God made it that way. The dome that somehow reflects light, but doesn't reflect radar. Why not? You point radar up and you don't get a reflection at whatever distance the dome is. You just send it off towards nothing, you get no reflection. You send it off toward the moon, you get a reflection. But the amount of time it takes seems to match the distance to the moon that we say for the globe. Same for the sun, same for other planets. How does that happen? Okay, what is Dr. Nimrod's asking, what is coffee cup caustic? So it is the attempted explanation for why you see sunlight in Antarctica. So here's a diagram of it. You can see that little butt shape. That's what they think. So here's a coffee cup. It's they're trying to explain this here. This is the flat Earth distribution of light on December 21st, right? And they're like, oh, it's reflecting off the side of the dome. They look like this. They look like this. But of course, that looks like a butt and this doesn't. So it doesn't actually match, even though Austin says it perfectly matches. So, oh, I Solder 64 says it's the same one as yours, just a different edition. That's so cool. That's this one here. Yeah, this was an interesting book. So I actually sold it back after my class. I don't know why. I have a collection of books from college. Why did I keep that one, and why did I sell some of them back? The ones that I kept generally I liked, but I did not keep all of them I liked. It probably was like, I need the money. So anyway, so this one, this is the same edition from memory, could be wrong, that I used in college. I'm going off the cover, what it looked like. So I purchased this particular one recently to replace the one from college. So, and Dr. Nimrod, yes, it's both. IC Spence is still waiting to meet my first dome exhaust engineer. Yeah. And iSolder74 says, oh, it's the same one. Okay, cool. Okay. All right, let's get back to it here.
Greater? Can't we accelerate up? Can't we levitate? Can't we fly? Why not?
I just have a simple question. You won't let me get it out because you know you won't let me
I just answered it.
Ask the question then. Ask the question.
Okay, I've tried like 3 times.
Okay,
It's
yeah.
simple. You're saying that doesn't count because I can't do it with bigger objects.
Yeah.
Do you know that physics scales?
Yeah, so a larger object, more charged particles, the effect should be greater. Why doesn't
So
anything
you agree though that if I do the same principle on a bigger scale, if I increase the force proportionate to the object, I would be able to make things go up. And
Yeah,
your
but-
claim that you can't do it with bigger objects is completely ridiculous,
you
non
would be
sequitur. and
countering
holds no-
gravity. You would be countering gravity. I'm
You just
talking about
reify
out
gravity
here.
again.
Stop saying reification. Do you have any idea how dumb you sound when you say
Hold on, hold
reification?
on. Hey, come on now, come on.
Okay, okay.
You're just begging the question over and over, dude. You're just saying, I promise.
Hold on, fellas. We're
Listen,
we're bringing it home.
You can only do this with a Van der Graaf generator because you are applying an external field to overwhelm gravity. You're saying that out there in the world, it's all electrostatic, so we shouldn't need a Van der Graaf generator. Out there in the world, where this is an electromagnetic effect, and we know that electromagnetism is both attractive and repulsive, out there in the world, why doesn't anything fall up ever?
Okay. First of all, depending on the environment, say like your hair will stick up during thunder.
All right. Did you try restart? Says I accidentally retracted it. I just wanted to say that I didn't like this debate. Austin is a liar, but Dave gets too condescending, and he lost the crowd who are not versed on the topic. And that's a good point, right? I'm familiar, and a lot of the audience here, you guys are familiar with this topic, where the Quarterings audience is not familiar with the topic, so would not understand why Dave is being so aggressive with Witsit. He's being aggressive with Witsit because Witsit's a liar. And he's condescending to Witsit because Witsit deserves it. But I get it that the Quarterings audience won't understand why, and won't understand that even though they don't have a direct history with each other, that they do have a history with other people from their side. So I get that. And so this maybe would not be an ideal take for Dave, but at the same time, there's a lot of people that commented saying, "Yep, Dave did not give him any, and it gave him no quarter, and he should not give him any quarter." Is that what the quartering? Is that what he? Right? I don't know. And so Dave treated him with all of the disrespect that Austin has earned. Right? If you want to earn respect, you're gonna have to do better than levitating a piece of styrofoam with 200,000 volts and thinking that you debunked all of gravity. Right? You did not debunk centuries of science by putting another charge on a piece of styrofoam. That's well understood that the charge, when you put a large, it works with an insulator, not with a conductor. I'll show you why. So here, let's take this as an insulator, and you put this in a strong electrostatic field where you've got a charge here and a charge here, and you apply that charge, and so what happens is the electrons can't easily migrate. Like in a conductor, what'll happen is everything will equalize right away. But you've got a different charge here from here in the field. So that can cause then a force on this object here because of that differential. A conductor, it conducts electricity. The electrons bound up in those metals that are they get to move around, but in the insulator they can't. So then you have that differential and it applies a force. But you need the 200,000 volts because you can't put a lot of force on it. So, and yes, Leslie and I worked on a description of why that works, how it works, to be more consumable for people that don't have the background. So if that made sense to you, let me know. If it didn't, let me know. If you think that I explained it poorly, let me know. Feedback in the comments, or just send me a DM. I really want to, and I think Leslie did a good job helping me to put it in a way that is understandable. Because you read this, you get an understanding of this, right? It takes effort to, you don't even take this class until you've been through calc and a bunch of other stuff. So knowing how it works from this level is different than explaining it to people that don't have a background in it at all. So, hey, Laura Lodge, how you doing? Good to see you. Doing another Witsit review. He's Laura Lodge. If he's in the live chat here, debated Witsit a couple weeks ago. So it's a great debate, and Witsit's scared to debate me, so he only goes out and debates people that he thinks won't be able to debate him well. That's or Lodge. That's why he debated you. He thought you would not do well, but you did. You did. It was good. So, oh yeah. Dave never has opponents who are worthy. Humbly. Hold on, I have that. Let me. I can't believe he said that. Like, it's not... Let's see. Worthy. There it is. All right. Here we go.
I think I've done pretty well in the debates, and typically the opponents are not all that worthy. Humbly.
Humbly. He's so humble. He's so humble. The massive ego. Who has a bigger ego than Witsit? Very few people. The Lore Lodge says for $10, says you do great stuff, man. Wanted to make sure you know. Well, thank you very much, Lore Lodge. Aiden, right? Thank you very much. I appreciate it. This is fun. I mean, I debating him is more fun, but this is great. The 160 IQ. Do you know? All right, let me. Oh my gosh, the ego. So hold on. There it is. All right, you're gonna get them all. These are just from YouTube, or not, sorry, from Facebook. There you go. I'll just let you read it yourself. I'm not gonna. So. This is this is DMs here. There you go. He made an A in both physics 1 and 2 in a private school even. Look at that. Look at that. He thinks his intellect towers. He thinks his intellect towers over everybody. There you go. There you go. He thinks it's 150 points. Let's see. I have over a 150 IQ. What about you? Really? Amazing. Will you be posting that somewhere? Here's a montage of all of them. There it is. Let's see. I think I have, so it was over 150. I think I have a 160. So, and let's see. No, the 160 is in videos. A couple videos. He says 160 IQ. I bet my IQ is a minimum of 50 points higher than yours. So much ego. Just the ego. It's crazy. iSolder74 says, mine is 176. So what? Yes, the 160s are in videos. I put them in, you know what? I put them in a, let me get it here. Where I used it when I did that stream on his narcissism. So let's see. But I created a montage. It's unlisted on my channel. So all I need to do is find it. There it is. I found it. So
Point. I'm in the
hold on. I start over. All right, here we go.
dude. I'm not trying to brag here, or whatever, just to make my point. I'm in the higher percentile of IQ.
He's not gonna brag, but then he brags.
You would get demolished. I would wipe the floor with Neil deGrasse Tyson. Literally, I would demolish that dude.
The
You're getting
ego.
destroyed, though.
I'm not trying to brag here.
Oh, okay. My 160 IQ disagrees with you. My genius IQ. Now I know all the answers. I have a genius IQ. I'm just saying, my genius IQ goes out the window.
They'll claim I'm stupid, claim I'm dumb, when my IQ literally proves that that's not the case. I'm not trying to brag here.
He's not trying to brag, but he's bragging. it's just our genius IQ. Seriously. If you had a genius IQ, apply the geometry to determine what time the sun will set using dirt pizza. Genius IQ. You can't? Oh, well, I know why. Because you don't have a genius IQ. All right.
Thunderstorms. Bumblebees literally do something called non-contact pollen detachment. They fly over top of the flowers and the pollen levitates. Literally, there is naturally occurring phenomena that's based on the electric field of the Earth. You're saying we're adding...
So, yeah, he's identified other things, other forces that act on objects in addition to gravity. Whoop-de-doo.
External force? No, we're manipulating the force that's already... Let me finish. We're manipulating the force that's already there. I didn't add anything. Everything that exists is electrostatic, right? Which on the small scale is 10 to 36 power stronger than your belief in gravity. And all molecular...
Actually, electrostatics is infinitely weaker than gravity. See, when he says it's 10 to the whatever times stronger than gravity, it is a single contrived example of two protons 1 meter apart. And it was purely calculated. The attraction due to gravity of those two protons, based on the mass of those protons, versus the electrostatic repulsion of those protons, and that's the ratio he's talking about. But what is the ratio of two hydrogen atoms? Well, the gravitational attraction of those two 1 meter apart atoms is non-zero. But the electrostatic force between them is 0. So if you take the limit of the magnitude of gravity, the non-zero, over the magnitude due to electrostatics as it approaches 0, you get an infinitely more powerful force of gravity. So this contrived example is only about 1 meter apart. What about 2 meters apart? What about half a meter apart? What about the attraction between an electron and a proton versus the electrostatic attraction, between the gravitational attraction between an electron and a proton? What about those? He only does the one single contrived example, showing that he doesn't understand the topic at all. Right? Somebody else did the math and he's like, oh, that's what it means. You don't know what it means.
And intermolecular attractive forces are electrostatic. That means all objects that exist are held together by that. So you're acting like I'm adding something that wasn't there. No, I'm just manipulating what was there. Now you do the same thing with your belief in gravity. Isolate gravity and prove it's true.
Yeah, things only fall down. That's it. Well, I'm asking you why things don't fall up. All you're doing is citing, a bumblebee does something. These are all teeny tiny objects where electrostatics can overwhelm the effect of gravity. Why doesn't a rock fall up, or a person, or a car, or anything ever?
Let me ask this.
Because the pressure mediated by the density relationship in the wake makes it go down. It's very simple.
Okay. That wasn't an explanation. The pressure mediation. Right. So he switched from electrostatics to pressure mediation. Again, that doesn't help, because higher pressure here, lower pressure here, if given the choice, if it's about pressure, an object will go to a lower pressure area, if that's what's causing the downward acceleration, or the upward acceleration, as it would have to be.
Okay. I feel like you both...
Those sure were words.
Okay, so...
Dude, that's pretty bad look.
Well, hold on.
It is a bad look for you.
All right, hold on, gentlemen. What I want to say is that you both have been extremely well behaved and...
Okay, all right. Here's what I'm going to do. I've been, it's 1 a.m. I started at 9. I'm into it. I'm 4 hours into it, right? So I'm going to finish this on Thursday. I'll start about 10 p.m. on Thursday. I'll read this one here. Icy Spin says using a human to mop floor is dumb and inefficient. That's great. Let me wrap up on the gravity thing here. We'll pick up. I don't know if they talk about it more, but it's so Witsit claims that it sets the bias. But then when he actually tested it, he found that the bias wasn't set. And what would need to happen is when you set the bias is if all you do is you reverse the field, then the bias would reverse. So in his Van de Graaff generator, he applied 200,000 volts. Well, you don't need 200,000 volts to reverse the bias. He had two plates that were about 10 centimeters apart. Well, let's back up here and see what his claim is. He talks about the 100 volts per meter electrostatic charge that he claims incorrectly is 100 volts per meter, and he claims incorrectly that it is equipotential, but it's not, right? It gets weaker. And then also, it's not 100 volts per meter. Here's the graph of the actual value of it. It varies throughout the day between less than 90, maybe 85, up to about 120. It varies. If it's just the bias, right? It's only the bias that's doing it, not the magnitude. Only the bias. That's what he says, right? Then the direction would always be the same, and all you'd need to do is reverse the field. But if the magnitude is varied by it, by if the amount of it, of the electrostatic field changes it, then this graph here must change the magnitude of the downward acceleration also. But that doesn't happen. We don't see this particular variation in the downward acceleration throughout the day. We don't see it. Now, this is an interesting thing about it. If you read this article here, this isn't time zone centric. This is GMT. So all over the Earth, this is a really cool thing. All over the Earth at 3 a.m. GMT, the electrostatic voltage is at its lowest. And all over the Earth at 1800 hours, about 6 p.m. GMT, it's at about 120 volts. It's at its highest. All over the Earth. Read the article. Read the article. I'll put it in the chat. It's really cool. So, he really doesn't get that when he says so if it's just about setting the bias, then reversing it just even by a tiniest amount would reverse the direction. So we have these two plates that are about 10 centimeters apart. Take his 100 volts per meter. That means that there's about 10 volts of electrostatic potential between them. All you need to do is reverse the polarity, apply an additional 11 volts the other direction, and you would then reverse the bias. And absolutely everything between those plates must now go up if it sets the bias. And he says it sets the bias. But then when it's not convenient for him, it doesn't set the bias. Now you need a voltage differential that's proportional to the mass. Why would you need that? Proportional to the mass? That doesn't make sense. You said it sets the bias. If it's proportional to the mass, then the amount of the field that changes from 85 to 120, that would change the downward acceleration of different objects. But we don't see that. It doesn't work. PhD Tony says also we're grounded. There's no potential difference between us and the ground. Why are we accelerated? But yeah, this is exactly it. Somebody with a high IQ would understand this, but he doesn't. So telling us about his IQ. This diagram here, I stopped on this one on purpose. Just to go to PhD Tony's point, we are grounded. So you still have we will, your body is a relatively good conductor. If you're in contact with the ground, you and the ground will tend to make one equipotential surface. Ordinarily, the equipotentials are parallel to the surface, as shown in figure 9.1a. So he read the equipotential here, not understanding that it's not equipotential everywhere, that it drops with the elevation. Well, as he cherry picked it. So anyway, we're parallel to the surface, but when you're there, the equipotentials are distorted and the field looks somewhat like in 9b. That's this one here. 9.1b. So you still have very nearly zero potential difference between your head and your feet. There are charges that come from the earth to your head, changing the field. Some of them may be discharged by ions collected from the air, but the current of all these is very small because air is a poor conductor. There you go. So now this explains what is causing the field. What is causing the field is actually positively charged ions falling down from high elevation due to cosmic rays from space. From space. That's what's causing them. And Witsit's like, nuh-uh, it's Gaussian surfaces, he says. Yes, that's not the pronunciation. He says it's Gaussian surfaces. If that was the case, though, if you were under the Earth, then you're on the other side of that Gaussian surface. Shouldn't you then be accelerated up when you're underneath the surface of the Earth? And you go in a cave, you should walk on the ceiling, right? You're on the other side of that Gaussian surface. The direction of flow is opposite. It sets the bias. Well, doesn't actually happen that way. So iSolder74 says basic beginner's course for electronics has to learn this stuff, so he doesn't fool me for a minute. He fools people that don't understand the topic. They're like, oh, he says big words. I like word salad. Num, 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 num. Ace SW says Witsit is displaying his little tells of dishonesty and his self-affirmations. It's disgusting that he can't stick to his side of the debate and focus on positive evidence and predictive model. We know he can't focus on that. There is no predictions for flat Earth. Flat Earth cannot predict the magnitude of the downward acceleration. It cannot predict Flat Earth cannot predict the date of an eclipse. The Saros cycles can, but those aren't based on the shape of the Earth. Those are just a numerical pattern. And it certainly can't predict the path of totality. Flat Earth cannot predict the time of sunset. So, all right. Well, I'm going to call it there. I hopefully will have Witsit's song prepared. We'll see. By Thursday. I might just give you a little taste of it if it's not quite ready. So, yeah, thanks a lot. Thank you for everybody for joining. Here comes Dave Kircher with a late submission that says thank Titicaca, it's Tuesday. So anyway, I can't thank you enough. It's just seeing there's 500 and I saw that over almost 800 people here. There's 570 right now. It means a ton to me that you would just join along to watch this as I review Witsit's debate. So hopefully next week I'm trying to get on the Clubhouse. We're gonna see if that works. It was maybe gonna be tonight, but it didn't. So give you a little more debate action coming up. But Thursday, be looking for the second part 2 of this debate. We'll see you then. Here we go.
MC2, drop that beat.
All right. Let it flow. Let yourself go. So I know that is the tempo.
So, yeah, let's do this.
Let's do this. Yo, it's MC2, the debunking tycoon. I shatter flat earthers, make them face the moon. Your attempts are decent, but they'll swoon in the face of my logic like a deflated balloon.
Oh, MC2, the monsoon cartoons. I'm the real sage, sending flirts to their views. Your theories are like old brews, sweeping ignorance or just spreading the views.
FDFE stands for fumbling the facts, evidently. I drop truth bombs so splendidly. Your approach is soft, mine's unrelenting. I bring the science while you're just venting.
MC2, the buffoon with silver spoons. I got some pseudoscience, make them change their tune. You're the sidekick, I'm the rude. When it comes to debunking, I'm the rude.
In the rizzle dizzle. But hey, FDFE, we share the creed to educate and debunk, plant the seed. Though in this rap, it's clear indeed I got the upper hand in word and deed. All right, hold on a second. The Zoom call died. Everything died. No.